Christian XCY review covering Las Vegas and the world. Good afternoon from Las Vegas. Good evening if you're on the East Coast. It's 6:15 p.m. Eastern Time on the East Coast. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're grateful that you're here. We'll be breaking down the biggest game of the year, Seattle and New England. This is our last NFL Live of the CY Review calendar. There'll be other lives, obviously, on other subjects in Las Vegas and beyond, and we really appreciate that from you. So thank you so much for joining me today. We're about 15 minutes away from the start of the game. So what I have to say to begin with is that we'll break down the reaction as it happens today. We had two C1 review discussions with our football journalist, college football extraordinaire, Lane Bobs, this week, and we also had a discussion with former NFL quarterback Brett Hundley this week. He's also a former Seattle Seahawks quarterback, nonetheless. Green Bay Packers, Arizona Cardinals. So, but the consensus to all of us is that the NFC Championship game was the biggest game of the year. Obviously, we believe that Seattle is going to beat New England today. I believe that Seattle will beat New England by 2 scores. And we'll see what happens today. But I think that quarterback Drake May for the New England Patriots is going to have a really tough time with that Seattle Seahawks defense. So that's what we're looking at today. We'll be talking some Las Vegas stuff in between, of course, as always. I thank everybody who's in the room today. Thank you so much early on. And again, if you have any questions, put them in the chat. We'll update the score as everything goes on, of course, and we'll see what happens. Seattle's wearing the home uniforms. New England is wearing the road uniforms today, all white for the New England Patriots today. And interesting enough, football tickets at the end today dropped. There were tickets at one point on StubHub today for $2,500. High was like I saw a week ago. Of course, the lowest high was like 6,500. It looked like that at the end of it. You know, you could have gotten tickets for 50% off at least, if not more. And so, you know, is this a Super Bowl where there's not a lot of hype and not a lot of attention going into it because there isn't as much star appeal? You could make that argument, I guess. What I can say overall is that I think it'll be a good game for at least 3 quarters, but I think Seattle beats New England 27-17. You know, so we'll go with that today. And I think that Seattle's defense will just be too much in the video section again. Great discussion also. Even if you watch after today's game, great discussion with former Green Bay Packers quarterback Brett Hundley about life after football. Really interesting stuff. So interesting. Just before we get in, because they're coming on the field here. What we learned this week is that, which I never knew in all my years speaking with multiple football players, and we do everything here on CY Interview. Of course, we cover the great headliners of this town, like Jennifer Romas from Sexy the Show, to you know presidents and CEOs and all kinds of things, and people in management at different hotels here in Las Vegas, and of course athletes and entertainers and Hollywood and all that stuff. But what I learned from Brett Hundley this week is that if you play 3.3 years in the NFL, meaning 3 1/3 seasons, which would be 3 seasons and 6 games, the NFL will pay for any post-education, certification, anything you want to pursue. So once your NFL career is over, you can actually go back to school for free. And the Players Association has helped that happen. And Brett's gotten a couple of certifications, gotten a couple of other things since then, since his football career has been over. Of course, lastly, Brett played for the XFL's Las Vegas Vipers as the starting quarterback for 1 year. A little Las Vegas history there. So that's where we are. Go over and check that out. Really interesting discussion about life after football. We really don't talk about this a lot. A lot of these players end up, the average career, according to Brett, was less than those 3 years. It's like 2.7 seasons. So if you get to that 3 years and 6 games, you're golden because you get all these different benefits in your post NFL career life. Really interesting discussion this week. Really looked for really enjoyed that as much as our discussion with Lane Fobbs as well. Additionally, also looking at that scenario and situation, rest in peace to past C1 interview guest Lamont McLemore of the Fifth Dimension, the singer, former baseball player, baseball enthusiast, photographer, was 90 years old. The Fifth Dimension, of course, Let the Sunshine In. Great man, great human being, lived here in Las Vegas for many years. And we enjoyed our times with him. So go over to the main channel and check out my 3 C1 interviews with him that were all in 2017. The last one was at his house, actually, in Las Vegas. GW, maybe next year. The new Miami Dolphins coach had a great interview this week, by the way, with Jim Rome. Speaking of fellow sports personalities in sports media, I enjoy watching the media across the board, Dan Patrick, Jim Rome, and the such. The week of Radio Row, I watch all those different channels. It's probably the one time that I watch them all year, and phenomenal discussion with the new Miami Dolphins head coach and Jim Rome this week. We're going over there and checking that out. I can send you a link on some point for that as well. But also remember, go to facebook.com/CY interview. Keep up with us. It's there. And of course, x.com/CY interview also. But prediction analysis, consensus across the board, including myself, is that Seattle will win today. And I do think it'll be by 10 or more. I just think that the Seattle Seahawks defense will be way too much for Drake May and the New England Patriots offense. And the fact is also that New England did not play anybody during the regular season. And they did not play, again, the NFC West, the Rams, the 49ers, and the Seahawks, to me, were the 3 best teams in the whole NFL season. And I think it's just, there's no denying that at the end of the day. I think that there's no denying at the end of the day that Seattle is more battle tested. Who did New England play? Tampa Bay, not very good, didn't make the playoffs. The New York Giants, not very good, did not make the playoffs. What did the Giants have? 3 wins this year, 4 wins? So I'm going to just tell you, I just don't think New England, is battle tested. And, listen, again, Sam Darnold went from the Jets to the Vikings last year, had a good season, and then went over. There's so many quarterbacks from the New York Jets who have had success after leaving the New York Jets. And we can go down the list, of course. Brett Favre, the years at Minnesota. Aaron Rodgers, of course, at Pittsburgh this year, took them to the playoffs. And Geno Smith, of course, went to Seattle and went to the playoffs a couple of times, I believe. And now finally Sam Darnold's in Seattle. So I just think that the reality of what it comes down to is it's what is going on in New York City that they can't make a great quarterback, except, the great Joe Namath. I mean, that's who we look back to. And after Joe Namath, we look back to the great Boomer Esiason, again, who was good for some years at the New York Jets. Dan Marino had his number many times back then, though, obviously. We're going back to the era of Jim Kelly and Dan Marino and Boomer Esiason and Drew Bledsoe. That's the original AFC, of course. So, and the Colts were in there too, of course, with Jim Harbaugh, who, of course, is now the coach of the Los Angeles Chargers. So we're getting to the end here. There's still a couple more opening ceremonies before we have kickoff in a couple of minutes. Christianic C1 review covering Las Vegas and the world. Interesting enough, speaking about Las Vegas, of course, we mentioned that the Super Bowl tickets, dropped from $6,500 a couple weeks ago, and you could have an hour ago gotten a ticket for $2,500 to the big game if you were standing outside the stadium in Santa Clara. Interesting enough, there were hotels this week in Las Vegas on the Strip, $100 or less. And I say this, and we've talked about this, February Madness is the thing here. February Football Madness. Come to Las Vegas, come to Las Vegas, watch the big game in Las Vegas. That is what I say. There are so many parties and events going on right now in the entertainment capital of the world. You can get up from your seat when you want. You are in comfortable seating. There won't be a crowded line for the bathroom or concessions in most regards. There are so many great things going on this week in Las Vegas for the big football game of the year. So, and then of course, next month. By the way, the weather has been incredibly warm here in the entertainment capital of the world. It is sunny and warm today. It is not cold outside. You can't see, but to the right of me, if you look out the window here to the right of my home here, it is sunny. It is warm and sunny today. I was outside earlier before this broadcast today. It is warm and sunny outside. So how about that? Just phenomenal weather. We're getting a warmer front earlier this year, so the reality is that, yeah, it's cold at night, but during the day here, for us to have a warm season during this February is not common. We're still like about maybe about 5 or 6 weeks away from pool season beginning, which is when all the day clubs start their pool parties and the music acts and the DJs come out at all the different pool clubs, like at the Palms and the Wynn and Cosmopolitan and Aria and MGM Grand, among others, and at Mandalay Bay. So, but the reality is that, Flamingo, of course, the Gold Pool at Flamingo, Las Vegas, on the Las Vegas Strip, center of the Las Vegas Strip. By the way, going to be a new pool club at the Caesars Palace, right in front of Caesars Palace, Omnia's Pool Club, which they're still doing the construction on, I believe, but I believe it'll be ready in time for pool season. But that's just incredible, right? You're going to have literally a pool club right on the boulevard in front of Caesars Palace. They've been constructing that over the last year or so. But yeah, it's been quite warm here. The weather's been nice. I know some regulars who actually do come to Las Vegas every single year for the parties, and a lot of the old schoolers, they go to the South Point because it makes an old Vegas feel. Where a lot of the sports enthusiasts are going to be today. They'll be, though, at Circa Sports, of course, in downtown Las Vegas, and at Caesars, and at Bellagio, and all the other major resorts on the Las Vegas Strip, Fremont Street, and beyond as well. So, so that's basically what we're looking at today. We're going to be here until the end of this, till the last minute. Then we'll have, of course, our final analysis on the 2025 NFL season. And again, if you want to go over to the main channel after today's broadcast, please go over and check out our Brett Hundley discussion. I think you'll enjoy it. It really gives a good picture of how these pro athletes can set themselves up for success, stability after their careers are over. And we were talking on Friday about how, just like, if you really think about it, right? If you really think about it, there's only been a couple 100 guys ever that have ever started an NFL game, and Brett was one of them, and he only won a couple of games with the Green Bay Packers. One of them was over the Bears. But the reality is that there's only a couple 100 guys who ever won to start in the NFL, let alone be a starting quarterback in the NFL, let alone ever played on the field as an NFL quarterback. So, I mean, you start looking at these anomaly numbers and these anomaly situations, and we talked about how, this may be it for Sam Darnold and Drake May, and they may never get back here ever again. So, you got to make the most of it. And I do think, though, that, Seattle, again, week 18, won in this stadium, 13-3, dominated the 49ers. They're used to being in this stadium. So the flyovers just happened from our military. The coin toss is coming up, and then we should be ready for this one. If I'm New England, I do not want to get the ball first. I would want to kick to Seattle because I want the ball to start the second half. If I am New England, because I just feel like, my opinion, I don't care what you think, Mike Vrabel, I want the ball first in the second half. I do not want to take the ball first because I want to see what Sam Darnold does against my defense to know what the momentum or what the situation of the game is going to be like. Because if you punt, if you kick off to Seattle, and Seattle does not get a score on that first drive, you're already +1 for the game. you're already +1 advantage if you think of it like that. So if I'm New England and I have a choice, I want to get the ball first in the second half. I do not want the ball first. So we'll see what happens with the coin toss in a minute. And if you want to talk about the ultimate move around quarterback, of course, Vinny Testaverde, how many teams was he on? The Cleveland Browns. I think he finished with the Panthers at the end of his career. I think he came back. A lot of jokes about Vinny Testaverde, who him and Jeff George back in the early 2000s, who these guys would just be waiting on the phone at home for an opening to happen on a quarterback roster when someone would get hurt or whatever. So, and stay warm in Florida, GW. But the reality of what it comes down to is that, again, if you told me at the beginning of the year that this was going to be the Super Bowl, I would have said, no, there's no way this is going to be the biggest game of the year. I said, no way, that's just an anomaly situation. You'd be better off predicting if it's going to rain tomorrow in Las Vegas, because really the Patriots and the Seahawks, but here we are. And it just goes to show you how much home field advantage means something throughout the playoffs. Seattle was able to do what they needed to do to get there, and they took care of it, and look where they are. You know what I'm saying? So give Seattle all the credit in the world for that. And, they had the home field advantage, and here we are. So going to reset one thing here, and then we'll get ready to go. Thank you all. Okay, we're ready and reset. They're about to do the coin toss here. I don't like New England's all-white uniforms. I think Seattle's look pretty nice, but I don't like. I really don't like New England's all-white uniforms. Sam Darnold is part of the captain crew for Seattle, so we'll see how that goes. But again, if Seattle opens this up early, if they open this up early, I think historically in the NFL, I think that the majority of the coin tosses has been heads, if I'm not mistaken, in the history of Super Bowls. We'll have to look that up in a minute. I imagine probably it'll be heads, but you never know. But I think the percentages is that heads has been at the most. But let's take a look on that. I could be wrong. In Super Bowl history. I might be wrong. Let's take a look. Tails has appeared to be the most often, actually, if you can believe it. 31 times compared to 28. So tails actually 31 times, heads 28 times. So we'll see. Lynn Swann, the former Pittsburgh Steeler, is an honorary captain today, and so is Peyton Manning. Of course, Peyton Manning won Super Bowls with both the Colts and the Broncos. And Joe Montana's there as well, of course, won multiple Super Bowls with the San Francisco 49ers. Always good to see Joe. and the rest of the crew there. Lynn Swann, Peyton Manning, some of the NFL greats today. Okay, the ref is now explaining to both teams the ceremonial coin. Kind of amazing that the Super Bowl was less money at the end than the national championship game. Pretty amazing stuff. But again, I don't think there has been as much enthusiasm for the 60th edition of the football championship game compared to past years. I don't think there has been as much enthusiasm. Maybe because there is not as much star power, but we shall see in this regard. So as we get through today, it'll be interesting to see what the ratings are like tomorrow, obviously. It'll be interesting to see what the ratings are like for the game compared to past years. Where will this rank in watched events? But the thing that you have to realize about today, the last football Sunday of the last football Sunday of the season, which goes into the new year, of course, is that this is probably one of the biggest, besides maybe New Year's Eve, this is one of the biggest party get-together days for Americans and social days forever. For many people, it's become, what are you drinking? What are you eating? Where are you watching the game? People catching up on their lives, everything from, hamburgers and hot dogs to barbecue chicken and ribs and everything in between, and a variety of different beers and things like that, right? This is and chips and salsa and nachos and cheese, excuse me, and all that kind of stuff. And that's what, and grilled cheese, of course, too, which we had grilled cheese, Las Vegas grilled cheese mania last week, and chocolate cream pie, which we also did a video on. If you want to go over to the main channel in the video section on the front page after this is over, watch our videos on grilled cheese in Las Vegas and chocolate cream pie in Las Vegas as well. So, but that's what it's become for a lot of people too. So this is more than just about a football game for a lot of people today. It's a social moment where they get together with many of their, best friends and family members and stuff like that. So Super Bowl parties, again, this is one of the biggest party social days of the year, and people care as much about what they're eating and drinking as opposed to watching the game itself. And halftime entertainment, of course, Bad Bunny getting a lot of attention. Here's my response in this regard. We can look at some of the great halftime shows of the past years with Paul McCartney and The Who and Madonna, among others. And there have been some great halftime shows, of course, Jennifer Lopez and Shakira, so there you go. Coke with a steak, as Gabe was saying, as GW was saying in the chat, right? So, but this is what this is, for a lot of people in this regard. I'm kind of amazed again how NBC overlapped this with the Olympics. I feel like the Olympics, I know the Olympics is going to do what they want to do anyway, but it seems like the Olympics should have started a week later. I understand that's a world sport and not a world event, not an American event, but overlapping the Olympics and the Super Bowl week to me kind of was distracting, I think, to the Winter Olympics themselves. So my opinion is that should have started a week later. That's just my opinion, but we shall we shall see what happens in this regard today. Kickoff is about to begin. Very warm and sunny today in Santa Clara, California. The New England Patriots are going to kick the ball off first. That is what I would hope if I were the New England Patriots to start the game. So 1 for 1 at least on this one. We'll try not to mess up some of the analysis today. No one's perfect, but we'll see. The logo is very colorful and distracting, in my opinion. The Super Bowl 60 logo on the field. Do not like that, but we'll see how it works out today. And we're underway, and Seattle's in the end zone, and they are not going to return that one, so that'll be a touchback. Sam Darnold and company will take the field first. Sam Darnold this year, former New York Jets, Minnesota Vikings quarterback. A lot of people didn't expect much from him, I don't think. Seattle's got a great team around him, though. Kenneth Walker III, Jackson Smith. Kenneth Walker, of course, a running back, Jackson, a wide receiver. These guys have put up some big numbers this year. If the New England Patriots defense is worth anything here, they will be able to hold them on first down. And so we're going to have the first play of the 60th football championship game. It's a run to Kenneth Walker. He's going to run up the left side, and he's going to get a first down just like that. He made that look easy. And that was a gain of about 11 yards there. Very good blocking by the Seattle Seahawks offensive line on that one. Sam Darnold's 8th season in the NFL. 5 teams, of course. The Jets, the Panthers, San Francisco, and Minnesota. Again, didn't work in Carolina, but it's working in Seattle, and he's in the biggest game of the year today. 1st and 10, 45-yard line. And there's another run. That one, the New England Patriots defense will stuff up for a gain of no yards. That's going to be 2nd and 10 upcoming for the Seattle Seahawks. Christian C1 review covering Las Vegas and the world. Throughout today's broadcast, we'll update you on some of the stuff in Las Vegas, of course. And at the halftime, we'll talk about some of that fun stuff also. And maybe we'll take a trip down memory lane to the Super Bowl that was here in Las Vegas 2 years ago. That'll be at the halftime, and we'll recap that one. 2nd and 10 for the Seahawks. It's going to be caught by the tight end, number 88. That's a first down into New England Patriots territory around the 45-yard line. Wasn't the prettiest throw in the world, but Sam Darnold was able to get it in there. Could have been intercepted, but first down Seattle, 40-yard line of New England. Darnold's back in the pocket. He's going to throw one. That's going to be a catch, too. Making it look easy early on. Seattle setting the tone for this one. Cooper Kupp with that catch. Of course, Cooper Kupp is a former Los Angeles Rams wide receiver, now with their rival, NFC West rival, Seattle Seahawks. Good catch by Cooper Kupp. They're inside the 20-yard line already in the red zone. Seattle making it look very easy early. Sam Darnold's just getting all the time in the world from his offensive line. Incomplete pass on first down. 12 minutes and 51 seconds left in the first quarter. But to start with, 2 very good passes by Sam Darnold. 1 good run by Kenneth Walker. A good catch by Cooper Kupp that gets the Seattle Seahawks inside the 17-yard line of New England, inside the 20, of New England. 2nd and 10 here. Seattle's already set themselves up for some points, obviously, in this one. Run to Kenneth Walker, I believe that's on the field. Gets it down about the 15-yard line. Not sure I would be running, honestly, there. It feels like that was a moment to pass again. Obviously the run game, the defense is settling a little bit for New England on the run game there. I don't know if I would have run there on 2nd down. Didn't seem like that was a meaningful play. 3rd and 7 coming up for Seattle. Let's see if the Patriots defense can hold Seattle to a field goal attempt here. Big play early on for the Seattle Seahawks offense, but also for the New England Patriots defense more so. Darnold's back in the pocket. He's going to throw up into the air, and that's going to be incomplete. So Seattle will have to settle for a field goal. So that is a decent victory for the New England Patriots defense, who gave up a bunch of passing plays there for long yards, including one to Cooper Kupp that set them up here in the red zone. And we're going to be looking at about a 32-yard to 33-yard field goal attempt coming up for the Seattle Seahawks. Not a really good pass there either, honestly, on that third down. Jason Myers is 41 for 48 on the season. His long is 57 yards. This one is going to be a chip shot straight down the middle for 33 yards, as we said. The snap is down, the kick is up, and that is going to be easily right down the pie hole, right there in that eye hole. Is good. 3-0 Seattle. A very good first drive for the Seattle Seahawks to start the game, putting 3 points up on the board. New England will be up next on offense to see what they can do after the commercial breaks, obviously. Of course, also, one of the biggest things for, obviously, biggest football game of the year, the Super Bowl, is that there are lots of different commercials from different companies. So, and they pay millions and millions of dollars for those ads. So people have drinking competitions on the commercials. If they, they watch one, take a shot. If there's a car commercial, take a shot. All kinds of things and crazy stuff. People have all kinds of kind of fun with today's events and things like that. So, but reality of what it comes down to, again, it's a big social event for many people in America, more than the football. And a lot of people get together and they don't know one thing about football, but they enjoy the idea of getting together for this day. Christian C1 review covering Las Vegas and the world. Whether you're watching in the replay or you're watching the recorded, thank you so much for all of your support this entire NFL season, as we are wrapping up our last Sports Live of the year for NFL season. And we look forward to you watching all of our videos on the main channel, on our playlists and beyond. Again, whether you watch a second, a minute, 10 minutes, or 100 minutes, or 100 hours, we're very grateful that you're here on C1 Interview here on YouTube. And thank you so very much for your support today. It means a lot. We're watching the biggest football game of the year. A Jason Myers field goal has put Seattle out in front early, 3-0. We're here in Las Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world, watching the biggest game of the year. And again, as I've said, and I will continue to say, there is no better place than here, obviously, watching the biggest game of the year. And thank you so much for joining us today and making us a part of your football Sunday. We really greatly appreciate it very much. So. Kickoff will be happening again in a minute here, and New England's going to get the ball first. There's going to be a lot of commercial breaks today because it's business, and there are lots of companies and industries and causes that are paying for ads for this big game today that they want to get their message out. So there will be lots of commercials today, and obviously an extended halftime show from singer Bad Bunny. So there will be a lot of breaks in between, and we'll do our best to keep you informed and entertained on all the inside and side action from this year's biggest football championship game. Kickoff, New England's going to return this one, and they're going to get to about the 27-yard line. 11:52 left in the first quarter. Drake May coming out. Second season. Can he get it together? People flying all the way from Massachusetts all the way to the West Coast to watch today. See if the New England Patriots offense can move the ball a little bit on this very good Seattle Seahawks defense. First down snap's going to be our handoff for a run, and that's going to get about 6 yards there. Statistics for Drake May, 2025 finished second, of course, in the MVP voting. Second youngest starting quarterback in Super Bowl history. That can't be good, in my opinion. Obviously, the youngest, Dan Marino. Unfortunately, the one time Dan Marino went to the Super Bowl, lost to the 49ers and Joe Montana. Run up the middle there again by the New England Patriots. We're going to have 3rd and 2, and this is going to be a very key early down for the New England Patriots here. Can New England and company find a way to get a first down here with Stevenson and company? Can they find a way to get a first down here? It's never too early to tell you how important this is early on, because you want to set the tone and you want to move the chains at least and give your defense a little bit of a break. So it's important that New England find a way to get a first down here if they want to. Not put their defense back on the field. Drake's back in the field. That's incomplete, and they are barely going to be able to get that. He threw it out to Stevenson on the left side of the field, my left. They're right. First down, New England. Not an easy play, by the way. Seattle's defense was coming for him. Lucky that Stevenson was able to avoid the Seattle defender who was ready to tackle him by the ankles. And so that's going to be first down, New England. Big play for New England, and the defense will stay on the sidelines at least for the next 3 plays. 1st and 10 for New England at their own 42-yard line. Drake May's in the backfield. He's going to throw to the sideline again, and that's to number 3 there. We know who that is. Not going to be easy today. You know, I think that this is the best team, obviously, that New England has played all year. There's no denying that, and it's going to be tough. First down for New England on the run on 2nd and 2. Yeah, you're going to run the ball there. 9 minutes and 19 seconds left in the first quarter. Seattle 3, New England nothing. New England is at midfield right now. And we'll see. If I'm New England, I want to have long, extended drives, but I want them to take a long time. I do not want to rush this. Average points per game, by the way, you know, there you go. 28 and 17 this year. But again, Seattle has finally got to Drake May in the backfield, and I knew that was coming. Sack for about 10-yard loss there. Puts New England back in their own side of the field. Not a good play there. And I was talking about, could this New England Patriots, you know, offensive line hold up this Seattle defense, and how long would it take for this Seattle defense to get to a young quarterback? And it's what I expected, you know. And finally, early on, that 2nd and 20 now for New England. This is going to be tough to get out of the hole here. And now you don't want to be careful and make some stupid mistake. May's in the backfield. He's going to step up, and he's going to run the football, and he's going to get about, I don't know, like 13 yards. Good quarterback draw there. So it makes it 3rd and manageable at least. Offensive line was there. The defenders were coming for May, and May took off and ran with that one, that's for sure. 3-0 there. Still, 3rd and probably about 8 coming up, I'm going to guess. Let's check. 3rd and 9. So 42-yard line. Let's see if New England can capitalize on this one. Probably not. They're going to rush him again. He's going to throw it. He's going to be incomplete. And the blitz from Seattle was just way too much there. And we talked about this with our college football journalist, analyst, ongoing, regular Lane Fobbs. We talked about this with Brett Hundley. I said, the thing that I said was going to be the the clincher in this game and the differentials of why Seattle would win would be is that Seattle defense was going to make Drake May's life tough. And they get the sack on first down. He gets the run for 11 yards on second down. They blitz him on third down. They get to him. He has no chance to throw to a wide receiver. And now New England is going to be punting from like approximately midfield, the 42-yard line. The kick is up in the air. 7 minutes and 13 seconds. Fair catch is called for. 7:11 on the clock. Good punt for New England to keep Seattle inside their own 10-yard line. 3-0 Seattle, 7:11 left in the first quarter. Now we're going to go to more of those fun Super Bowl commercials. But again, I thought that the deciding factor of this game would be is that the defense for Seattle would just be too much for Drake May. And on that first drive, it showed that the Seattle defense was too much for Drake May. Seattle gets no points. New England gets no points on that drive. 3-0, obviously, and we'll see. We're seeing Yoda here and Darth Vader in a commercial. Kind of interesting. Or Yoda and Darth Vader impersonators. But anyway, fun stuff happening. Ben Stiller's in a commercial. I won't spoil them for you. You can all watch them on YouTube later, obviously. But again, the iconic commercials are a big part of today's game. Again, hundreds of millions of dollars are spent on these ads. Let's see what a 30-second ad was running for this year. Very quite interesting. So according to the math this year, average 30-second commercial this year was $8 million. And some premiere spots were $10 million. So not hundreds of millions, but millions. $8 to $10 million for 30 seconds of commercial time during the biggest football game of the year. Christian XC1 review covering Las Vegas and the world. Awaits after this is the NFL draft. The hometown Las Vegas Raiders have the number 1 pick. Are they going to take Mendoza? I think a lot of people want them to. It'll be good PR if they do. We'll see. Will they trade the pick? But, it'll be a feel-good story. Will it transition to wins on the year? I don't know. Kubiak is the new Raiders coach, obviously. Seattle Seahawks coordinator. It'll be very interesting to see where all of this goes, obviously. And obviously, this is not the first time that Seattle and New England have played in the Super Bowl. Of course, New England won the last time that they played. So, interesting to note, the crowd seems to be full of different teams' jerseys and colors. Doesn't seem to be a full New England and Seattle crowd, but it seems very diverse. It seems like it might be the most hodgepodge audience of any Super Bowl ever we've had. So, 7:11 left. We're back to action now here. Sam Darnold is there in the backfield. He's going to snap and he's going to throw one up. It's going to be incomplete. It's kind of a risky pass there as Sam was throwing in between to a wide receiver where there were 2 New England defenders in the area. I would not have made that throw. Again, I'm not a coach. I'm not an offensive coordinator. But that seemed like a risky play call, especially when you're down inside your own 10-yard line. I probably would have thrown more down the field because it seems like there is possibilities and open holes in this New England Patriots secondary to be had. Pass complete for about 4 or 5 yards. Would be really huge here if New England were able to hold the Seattle Seahawks to a 3-and-out. We'll see if they're able to. Third and 6. for the Seahawks at their own 15-yard line. Patriots defense is going to come to Sam Darnold. They're going to get to him, not on a sack, but they do get him to throw it away. Had Sam been able to have a couple more seconds there, he had a wide receiver wide open down the field. He missed that incomplete pass, and the New England Patriots are going to be able to get off the field after a 3-and-out. Good series for the New England Patriots defense, still 3-0. And the Seattle Seahawks are going to punt for the first time today at their own 15-yard line. Kick is up in the air. Going to get him pinned back all the way to about the 35-yard line, near the sidelines. No return. New England will start at their own 35-yard line. We're going to have another commercial break. 6 minutes left in the first quarter. Seattle 3 and New England 0. It's a good moment to talk about some of the stuff coming up in the entertainment capital of the world, obviously, in March. Here's another thing in this regard. So this is another underrated thing. There are lots of great romantic and fun and great vibe and great atmosphere restaurants in Las Vegas. So if you've never considered spending time in Las Vegas during Valentine's Day with that special someone, this is the greatest city to do that in as well. I mean, the view from the Eiffel Tower, our Eiffel Tower at Paris, Las Vegas, not Paris's Eiffel Tower, our Eiffel Tower, across from the Bellagio. If you go up to the Eiffel Tower restaurant, which I've been there, and you look out and you see the window, it is beautiful. It's beyond beautiful. You see the Bellagio fountains from across the street. There is nothing better than going to a restaurant on the Las Vegas Strip, and even downtown to a lesser extent, and having a great view. There are many different restaurants that do this, but one of the best is that Eiffel Tower at the Paris Las Vegas Hotel and Casino. And just as a side note, there are no sponsors, there are no endorsements, and there are no paid advertisements on today's video. These are all just opinions and experiences that we have partaken in while we've lived here in Las Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world. But love the Eiffel Tower restaurant. Their salmon is phenomenal. Their sides are phenomenal. Just a great place overall. So come to Las Vegas with your significant other for Valentine's Day weekend, whatever you want to call it. Great place to come to also on that front, for sure. Christian, XC Wine Review covering Las Vegas and the world. We are 9 minutes into the biggest football game of the year. 3-0 Seattle. We're on a commercial break right now. New England's going to have the ball when the commercial break comes back from their own 35-yard line. Question to be asked will be, will Drake May will be able to get the New England Patriots down the field and get some points? Be interesting to see for sure. All right, we're back. New England's about to start their second drive of Super Bowl 60. May's going to step up, and he is going to find a wide receiver this time, wide open. Number 9 for the Patriots. Into Seattle territory. That's actually a good throw there. About the 44-yard line. And there's a tackle in the backfield, a tackle for Ross on the running back. It's going to make it about 2nd and 12 or so. Christian XC Wine Review. We're here in Las Vegas watching the biggest game of the year with you. This is our watch party with the fans. We appreciate you and our viewers very much. From the entertainment capital of the world, there's no more exciting place to be. Pass complete on second down. Not much there to the running back. It's going to be about 3rd and 11, 3rd and 12. This is the play of the game where you don't want to be the quarterback that makes the big error that changes the whole play of the game, or the whole state of the game, excuse me. So you do not want to throw an interception here or try to force one here if you're Drake May, because if you don't get it, you can just punt the football and then you can play field position. You're only down 3 points. 3rd and 15 here. And Seattle is going to get to Drake May again on another sack. And New England's going to have to punt. And that blitz for Seattle, again, I told you for the last week here on our videos with Brett Hundley and Lane Fobbs that the Seattle defense was going to just be too much for Drake May. And it's showing early. It's just showing early. And New England's going to have to punt again. 2 sacks already for Seattle in the game. New England's punting. That's up in the air. And Seattle will start from their own 14-yard line. I'm going to guess we're going to have another commercial break here. We will. 3 minutes and 29 seconds left in the first quarter. Seattle 3, New England nothing. The Seattle Seahawks defense is playing what I expected. And again, I just thought that was going to be the deciding factor. And if this holds and Seattle does win and Seattle gets more sacks on Drake May today, it'll be obvious to me what is. So that's basically where we are right now on that front anyway. Thank you all for joining us today. And while we're on commercial break, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back in about 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. It's second down for New England. For Seattle, excuse me. 2nd and 8 for the Seahawks. 2:55 left in the first. There's a run play by Seattle that didn't go anywhere. It's going to be like 3rd and 7. It is 3rd and 7, as I said. Here we go. Let's see if Sam Darnold can convert here from their own 16-yard line. And he can. Pass forward, first down, Seattle. Tight end, getting the ball there. So great catch. Number 88 there, Barner on the field, getting a first down on a second effort after the catch by Sam Darnold. First down, Seattle. That should give Seattle the ball going into the second quarter at the very least here, with 1 minute and 30 seconds left here. Seattle 1st and 10 at their own 32-yard line. There's a double reverse to Seattle. That does not work either. If I'm Seattle, I keep passing the football because it seems like the New England Patriots run defense has been ready for all the different trick plays that Seattle was trying to attempt here, which haven't been working out very well so far. If I were Seattle, I'd be throwing the football. Seems like that there is some holes in that New England Patriots secondary. Again, they haven't played anybody this year. Again, best win during the regular season was Tampa Bay. I'm sorry, Denver had an injured quarterback in the AFC Championship game. So incomplete pass. We got 3rd and 15 for Seattle here. This is where I dial up something down the field potentially. 3rd and 15, 37 seconds left. Christian XC1 to be covering Las Vegas and the world. Thank you to everybody who's here today, watching the biggest football game of the year with us. We're about at the end of the first quarter. Seattle 3, New England nothing. Been here the whole year giving you NFL analysis. Last game of the year here. Thought it was in the backfield in 3rd and 15. Got all the time in the world. And it's incomplete. 4th and 15, 32 seconds left. Seattle's going to punt the football, but they did get at least one first down on that drive. You know, again, it's not the Super Bowl matchup everyone was thinking on the quarterback front, and I thought two things. I thought that Seattle's defense would dominate Drake May, which they have so far with 2 sacks in the first quarter. But I also thought that both of these quarterbacks may not put up very exciting, gigantic numbers. But I still think that Seattle can win by 2 scores. So we'll see. New England in the backfield on the punt. Seattle special teams was absolutely ready. 32-yard line, 19 seconds left. See if they take a commercial for 19 seconds or they're just going to play through here. Looks like they're going to play through. $19 seconds left, 1st and 10. Gonna have a run for like 3 or 4 yards there. That's going to end the first quarter. We're through one in Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara, California. Christian XCY interview from Las Vegas, giving you live reaction. 3-0 Seattle over New England to end the first quarter. I recap. 1 quarter gone in Super Bowl 60. Seattle 3, New England 0 here on C1 interview in Las Vegas. At the half, we'll talk about our memories of the Super Bowl being here in Las Vegas and when the Super Bowl may be coming back to Las Vegas. There are some reports on that. We're going to talk about that at the half. We'll have the halftime show here in the background, obviously, but we'll be discussing our own stuff. So stick around for that. 15 minutes still until the half here. But thank you all for joining us today. And whether you're watching this in the live or the recorded version, whether you watch a minute, 10 minutes, an hour, 100 hours, we are so greatly appreciative here at C1 Interview in Las Vegas. Thank you so much for watching these. They've been a big hit the whole year, and the whole football year, and we're happy that you're here with us. Interesting statistics if this game was low scoring. A kicker has never been the NFL's most valuable player, just for the record. A kicker has never been the MVP of a Super Bowl. Just looking at a couple of other information. So interesting enough, food prices are pretty crazy at this year's game. Peters are going for $17.50, $20 hot dogs, $8 water. Supposedly there is a burger for $180. Yeah, that's pretty big though. There is one Super Bowl burger that's $180. Pretty crazy stuff. It is pretty gigantic, but I mean, yeah, I don't know how anyone eats that. I mean, people do, but I mean, that's a 4-quarter burger if you get my drift. That's a burger for 4 quarters. That's not a burger for 1 quarter, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check one thing here. Okay, we're going to start the second quarter now. New England's at midfield, 2nd and 5. Yeah, here's my response to you in that regard. I feel like because of the experience in itself, no, I'm not buying the $180 burger, but might I bite the nachos and cheese? Yeah, I could be there. I could be there at least. So again, the Seattle defense is able to hold New England, and they're punting again. And Seattle's going to start the ball at their own 24-yard line. All right, let's take a look at something while we're sitting here. Oh, they're going to keep going. 1st and 10 for Seattle at their own 24-yard line. Darnold's going to throw a bomb, and it's going to be incomplete. There were 2 New England Patriots defenders downfield. It was a good effort, but going to come up short there. Take a look at something here. Running play on 2nd down, and the 1st down. Seattle's able to get to the corner there. It's going to be debatable where Walker went out of bounds. I think he did pass, obviously, the 1st down marker there, but it'll be interesting to see where they put him. But that was actually a good run, good offensive line blocks there for Seattle. Seattle will be moving the ball down the field there. So if you want some more realistic prices, smoked brisket sandwich, $18, and a pulled pork sandwich for $17.50. For stadium prices, that does not sound too bad. That doesn't sound too bad. And the souvenir soda, which you obviously want that souvenir Super Bowl cup, $12. Seattle's at midfield. Seattle's running. Walker is going to get inside the New England 20-yard line. Kenneth Walker III just taking over on this drive. It is, inside the 20-yard line now for the Seattle Seahawks in scoring range here in the red zone. They're going to give it to Kenneth Walker again, and they're not going to get that one. He's going to be back in the backfield, 19-yard line there. Okay, 2nd and 12 for Seattle at the New England 19-yard line. Incomplete pass by Sam Darnold. That's incomplete. They're going to rule that an incomplete pass. 3rd and 12 coming up. 12 minutes and 4 seconds left. Seattle is in Jason Myers' field goal range if they don't get it here on 3rd down. Here's some other prices. These are from X. Some of the fans there are taking pictures. A super hot Chinatown dog, $20. Sausage, $15. Cheddar bratwurst, $15. A bag of Frito or Lay's chips, assorted Frito-Lay chips, $6. Better be a big bag. Seattle doesn't get the thing on third down there, so we're going to have a field goal attempt by Jason Myers, 4th and 14. So field goal attempt is going to be 39 yards. Snap is down, the kick is up, and that's going to be good. 6-0 Seattle on 2 Jason Myers field goal attempts. The majority of that drive was Seattle Seahawks running back Kenneth Walker III rushing down the field to put them in the red zone. 6-0 Seattle. Seattle 6, New England nothing. That is going to the chat. Let's check our statistical track makers here on the internet and see. And I'm sure it has, but let's double check that. I want to say the answer is yes, but we'll check. As the So interesting enough, well, let me put this 1 second though. So interesting enough, here's the reality, right? The Super Bowl has never started with the first 2 scoring plays being field goals from opposing teams. So there's never been a Super Bowl where it started 3-3, but has a Super Bowl started with 2 field goals from the same team is the question. Since speaking of the score being 6-0, obviously. Based on all available Super Bowl records up to 2026, no team has started a Super Bowl with exactly 2 consecutive field goals to open the scoring. So this is a first in NFL history, actually. So speaking of, the question was, has a Super Bowl ever started with 2 consecutive field goals from the same team? And the answer would be no. This will be the first time in NFL history that that has happened in 60 Super Bowls. And this is according to the, I guess, the Sports Britannica, and also a source of foxsports.com. So Britannica.com was answering that question for me. So $11:16 left until the half. So just to answer as we were looking that up, and sorry that I wasn't more specific, but a football championship game for the NFL has never started with 2 consecutive field goals, first time ever. And no game has ever started 3-3. Touchdowns seem to be an early factor in many of these championship games. So New England's going to have the ball now. 2024, New England was 4-13. Look at where they have become in 1 year. So 17-3 overall, AFC champions, of course. But again, I think they had one of the easiest roads to the Super Bowl ever by any team. Of course, the Chargers, Texans, and then an injured Broncos team with Bo Nix not playing in that game. And maybe it would have been different, obviously. Run up the middle for New England on first down. 11 minutes left until the half here. From Las Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world, we're doing live reaction. Thank you so much for joining us today and spending some of your football party Sunday with us today. As we finish up football season, we get to the Winter Olympics and all the good stuff and March Madness around the corner. Drake May's in the backfield on 2nd and 7, and he's going to get sacked again for the 3rd time in this game, I believe it is. And the deciding factor that we talked about all week in our CY interviews leading up to the biggest championship game of the year is that the Seattle Seahawks defense would be able to put a number on Drake May, and it's happened so far. Third sack in this game, and probably not going to get that first down now unless you throw a really good pass here. 3rd and 17. Again, you do not want to overthrow it here and lead to an interception. And he's going to throw it under, and that is not going to be anywhere close to enough for a first down. And it's going to be 4th and about 14, and New England will be punting the football again, and Seattle will be getting the ball back. Please take note, New England does get the ball first in the second half, and that is really huge right now, given that they are down 6-0. I said if I were New England, I'd want to be, because I was expecting that New England was probably going to trail at the half. And no good for the New England Patriots offense. They have struggled. Again, I had made the point that they just didn't play anybody this year in the NFC, and they didn't play anyone to begin with. Their best win was against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who didn't even make the playoffs. I mean, the Carolina Panthers were not the Panthers yet that became the NFC South champions when they played New England, but that was it for them. I mean, the reality is wins over the Saints, not impressive. Wins over the Giants, not impressive. I'm sorry, I'm not impressed. I'm just not impressed. Lost the Steelers, who, as we know, lost in the first round, got creamed by the Texans. Just, again, to me, this is pretty much what I expected so far. I did say that I thought that Seattle would win by multiple scores. Will we get there? We shall see. But just, is New England going to score any points today? I mean, might have to wait to the second half of that, but it's not looking good for the Patriots right now. But I just knew that they were going to struggle on offense, because that Seattle Seahawks defense is just so good. And that's why, by the way, that Seattle is here in the Super Bowl. They have a lot of great pieces on offense. Sam Darnold is maybe a top 15 quarterback. He may not even be top 1/2 in the league, top 50% in the league. He may not be in the top 16 of the 32 starting quarterbacks in the NFL. My opinion, he may not be. But if you've got enough pieces around you, anything's possible. It's like when Trent Dilfer was the Baltimore Ravens quarterback many years ago when they beat the New York Giants. I think that was 2002 or 2003. No one thinks of Trent Dilfer as a Super Bowl winning quarterback, but he had one of the greatest defenses in the history of the NFL with the Baltimore Ravens and all that kind of stuff, and Ray Lewis and all those people. So what do you expect, right? But I just think the Seattle defense is incredible, and the reality is that it's like Bob Greasy, not the greatest quarterback in the world, but the no-name defense, and Earl Merle and the suches, right, for the Miami Dolphins, right? So, Sam Darnold is probably not going to be an NFL Hall of Famer. I would imagine that. He will not be an NFL Hall of Famer, but he could end up with a Super Bowl ring at the end of today. He could end up with a Super Bowl ring at the end of the day. Now, again, if Seattle has a dynasty, which, again, is hard, right? I mean, it's just hard. Last year it was Philadelphia. The year before that it was Kansas City. This year it's going to be either Seattle or New England. There's a lot of parity in the league. So, that's what we're looking at also. So I just have to tell you, though, the fact is that, when we look at the Seattle team, they've got a lot of good pieces on offense, of course, Jackson Smith and Kenneth Walker III, also at running back. Darnold's got a good team of players around him on offense and defense that have got them here. And to me, the Seattle defense is much of the reason why they're here right now. And Patriots, no points, second quarter. And I believe, again, Drake May sacked 3 times. So just kind of living up to the expectations so far. 9:16 left. The Seattle Seahawks are going to start this drive at their own 30-yard line. Kenneth Walker III getting back to action there, running for about 10 yards on that first down play. 2nd and 1's coming up. 2nd and 1 for the Seattle Seahawks. 8:40 left. They're going to hand it off again and not going to get the first down there, I don't think. That's going to be like 3rd and inches. Going to have to run that one again up the middle. This might be the time to do a quarterback sneak. Just my opinion. I could be wrong, but this seems like the time to do a quarterback sneak. They're going to rule forward progress on that one. Really interesting. I don't see that as being forward progress. They're going to rule that as forward progress. Wow, okay. So 1st and 10 for Seattle. Darnold's in the backfield. He avoids the sack and he throws it incomplete. That'll be 2nd and 10 upcoming. Just updating something here while we're looking up some stats while this is going along here. I'm going to open up the stats page. Pass, that's going to be a completed pass for about 6 yards. It's about approximate midfield. Let's just open this, see if I can open the stat box here. Just give me a minute, guys. Cooper Kupp with the catch there. Statistics so far, this just goes to show you how bad the passing has been in this Super Bowl so far. 61 passing yards for Sam Darnold, 39 passing yards for Drake May. That is what we're talking about right now, and we're almost at halftime here. 7 minutes until the half. 3rd and 2. Seattle's going to get the first down there. I think that's, is that, can't tell, honestly. First down for Seattle on the play. But again, not a lot of passing yards, not a lot of rushing yards, not a lot of total yards overall on that front. But Kenneth Walker III did get the first down there. And so Seattle's about midfield. Still need about 20 yards for a field goal attempt. 6:30 left in the half. Going to hand it off again. See, Sam Darnold is really being a game manager in this game. He's spreading the ball around. He's giving it to the running back. Kenneth Walker has really put the Seahawks in a good position already on one drive. Walker has 86 rushing yards so far, by the way, in this game. Cooper Kupp, 30 yards of receptions for Seattle's receiving core. With 5 minutes and 50 seconds left in the half. 2nd and 6 for Seattle at their own, at the New England 42-yard line. It's going to snap there. We're going to get about a yard. It's going to be 3rd and 5. This is going to be a big 3rd and 5 play here. If New England can hold Seattle to a punt and they can get to the half down 6-0, that's okay because they get the ball first in the second half. But if you give up some points here, then we're starting to look at some. Then we're starting to wonder if, can New England get back in this one? Because New England may have trouble scoring points today. Again, we'll see. 3rd and 5 here, big play for Sam Darnold. He needs to come up with a 6-yard pass here somehow. It's going to come up with it. Nope, incomplete pass. He tried to get Kenneth Walker. He really likes throwing the ball to Kenneth Walker, the third, the Seattle Seahawks running back. Incomplete pass there. 4th and 5, midfield. Ball's at the New England 42-yard line. I don't know Jason Myers' length. 59-yard field goal, could that be out of reach? I mean, it is in the nice California weather. They are going to punt the ball here, and New England's going to be inside their own 5-yard line. So, good play on that part. New England's going to be at like their 3-yard line, if you can believe it. Good job. Literally, the Seattle Seahawks punter punted it to the corner of the end zone, and it goes out of bounds inside the 5-yard line. So there you go. Bad field position. Michael Dixon, the Seattle Seahawks punter, gets that right where you want it to be. He literally pins it in the corner, and one of the Seattle Seahawks defenders, special team guys, is there to make sure that that ball goes out of bounds inside the 5-yard line. He touches it one side and pats it out. New England's going to start the ball at their own 3-yard line. Man, 97 yards away from Pyle on touchdown. That's a big overhaul to expect. This is not the Joe Montana San Francisco 49ers who beat the Cincinnati Bengals 20-16 with 1:52 left in that game. The 49ers were down 16-13 to the Bengals and took that ball down the field 92 yards. And I'll never forget the funniest story in the world. This is that one of the offensive players for the San Francisco 49ers, Joe Montana, had pointed out in the stand that John Candy was eating popcorn. And they're like trying to win the Super Bowl. And that's what he was focused on, was Joe Montana. Hey, look, there's John Candy in the stands eating popcorn, the comedic actor, right? I mean, just unbelievable stuff, you know. So that's what I'll always remember from that game is like, you have to go 92 yards in 1:52. But Montana was able to get it down there, and the 49ers ended up winning the Super Bowl 20-16 over the Bengals that year. Cincinnati Bengals, one of those teams, you know. So Bengals was one of those teams that, you know, again, coming up short in a couple Super Bowls, obviously, but that's what's one of those great moments that I'll always remember when I think about, you know, long drives in NFL Super Bowl history, right? That Montana drive of 92 yards in 1:52 on the clock, right? So Joe Montana is at today's game, of course. He was one of the honorary captains for today's game. So, but this is going to be a big uphill for New England again. And if I'm Drake May, I can't make that mistake right now. I can't force it in there. I can't throw an interception. I need to hold on to the football, you know, all that kind of stuff. You've got to not make you want to obviously get a couple first downs here. You want to move the football downfield. But at the same time, and again, at the same time, you want to make sure, you absolutely 100% want to make sure that you don't make a forced turnover here. You do not want to have a forced turnover, because if you have a forced turnover here, it just sets up Seattle for points. So this is one of those situations where you've got to get some first downs, and you got to flip the field at least here at the very worst. Because if you don't, you're setting up Seattle for a score potentially, you know, before the half. So, you know, and Seattle goes up 2 scores going into the half, even with New England getting the ball first. That's going to be tough, because you're going to start having some sense of desperation, and that Seattle defense is just ready to feast on Drake May. They're going to hand it off on first down here and going to get about 3 or 4 yards. This is that New England Patriots running game, so it's going to be about like 2nd and 7 on the New England Patriots own 6-yard line. About. Don't think this was the game that New England was expecting, obviously, but again, I thought that they would struggle a lot on offense in this game, and have said it throughout the week, and thought the deciding factor would be the Seattle defense versus Drake May, because both of these quarterbacks are not, you know, they're not the greatest quarterbacks. Again, people can make the case that Drake May is on the way up, and he very well might be, or this could be an anomaly one-year season. Again, let's play some better teams next year, New England, and let's see how they do. Except, again, you know, a couple times against Buffalo, New England didn't play anybody this year. So when you start having to play really good teams, how will you deal with that? How would Drake May have done this year, having to play the 49ers, the Rams, and the Seahawks during the regular season? I think those would have all been 3 losses. Right? So, you know, inquiring minds want to know, how would Drake May do against better NFL competition next year? And they're going to get better NFL competition next year, because they obviously finished first in the AFC East. Second and 7 for New England, as we said, at their own 6-yard line. Big play here. These next 2 are really big plays. You really need to get a first down if you're New England. Drake May's in the backfield. He's going to get some time here. Incomplete pass over the middle. Not any real penalty flags in this game so far. Have we had a penalty flag in the first half yet? I don't think so. Been a pretty clean football game so far. Just thinking about that. 4:19, 3rd and 7 for the Patriots at their own 6-yard line. By the way, then you're not going to you need to give your punters some room here at least. I mean, even if you don't get the first down, you need to get some yards on this play, obviously. And New England is going to find that wide receiver and get that much-needed first down. That is to Douglas, and they get that first down. So New England will be able to move the chains, take some time off that clock, get it closer to halftime here, and work on potentially getting the ball down the field a little bit more. 3 minutes and 50 seconds left. 8 first downs for Seattle in this game, 4 for New England so far. Handoff again to New England. They're going to open it up there a little bit and get about 2 yards. Seattle's defense was ready there on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up for New England. 3:35 left until the half here. Incomplete pass. 3rd and 7 coming up. Big play here. 3rd and 7 from your own 17-yard line, New England. Drake May's in the backfield. There is going to be a stoppage on that one. That might be the first penalty flag of the day. If it's not, it's like the 2nd or 3rd. I think that is the first penalty flag of the day. No? Doesn't seem like we've had much ref action in this game. I think it is the first penalty flag of the day. False start on the offense. It's going to be 3rd and 12 for New England now. 3:09 left until the half. It is the first penalty of the game, which is pretty incredible. That may be, we'll have to look that up in a minute. Is that the longest that we've gone in a Super Bowl without a penalty? Pretty clean game right now. Drake May's in the backfield, 3rd and 12. Seattle does get to him. He throws it up in the air. Incomplete pass. Again, the Seattle Seahawks go and blitz Drake May. Not enough time there. And Seattle is just dominating on all fronts. This is a game won on defense. This is like the 1972 no-name Miami Dolphins defense, what Seattle's doing to New England today. This is also, you could think about the 1985 Bears of past C100 guests. May he rest in peace. Steve Mongo McMichael, who also, of course, wrestled in World Championship Wrestling, past C100 guest. Of course, Hall of Famer, honorary Hall of Famer last year. Well-deserved. But this is just a clinic by the Seattle Seahawks defense. And that was what I thought was going to be the equalizer. We talked about that with Lane and Brett Hundley. So just, again, Kenneth Walker's doing enough to move the Seahawks down the field. He's doing that. Jackson Smith Jr. and Darnold are connecting. Barnard, the tight end over the middle, has had a couple of catches for Seahawks. There's not a lot of offense, but Seattle is controlling the game because they've got more weapons on offense and defense. And that defense, I just knew, was going to get to a young quarterback. And that's the reason, again, to me, the reason Seattle is in this game is because of their defense. Their defense is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And, had the Rams not made one more mistake of fumbling a punt return in the NFC Championship game, maybe the Rams would have been here. But the reality is that, to me, those were the two best teams in the NFL. And to me, that was the championship game, was the Seahawks and the Rams 2 weeks ago when we were here, right? And so Winner of that game most likely won the Super Bowl. And so far, 6-0 Seattle. Seattle's got a chance to put some points on the board here before the end of the half. See, New England's probably going to go to the locker room with no points. Let's look up that statistic very quickly. Let's look up two things. First off, has a team won a Super Bowl with no points at the half? I don't know about that. No team has ever won a Super Bowl after being held to 0 points at halftime. So source on that one, let's see here. No team has ever been completely shut out in the Super Bowl. That one is from NFL.com. Okay, so source is NFL.com there on that one. And then the other question is that what was the latest, the first penalty ever occurred in a Super Bowl? Yeah, so the Bengals in the 2022 Super Bowl against the Rams, that was the latest penalty. The first penalty was 2 minutes left in the first half. So this first penalty a couple minutes ago was not the latest that the first penalty has ever happened in the Super Bowl. So again, the Bengals 2022 had a penalty with 2 minutes left in the half in the Super Bowl in 2022. And time flies. And that game, of course, was at SoFi Stadium. Seattle back on the field now, 2 minutes and 50 seconds left at their own 42-yard line. Darnold's in the backfield. He does get rid of it, and he throws complete for about, 4 yards. I think that was Cooper Kupp again there. Kupp with another reception. 7 yards. Okay. 2nd and 3 coming up. Christianic C1 review covering Las Vegas and the world. We're here in the entertainment capital of the world. The most exciting city in the world. There's no better place to watch the biggest game of the year than in Las Vegas. We're watching it here with you. 6-0 Seattle over New England. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left into the half here. Kenneth Walker III is going to get the ball again, and he's going to just pow right through that New England Patriots secondary, taking it to the 2-minute warning. First down, Seattle Seahawks. 2 minutes left until the half. Seattle 6, New England nothing. Can Seattle at least get another 3 points here? If Seattle was able to get a touchdown going to the half, that'd be a pretty big deficit, I believe, for New England to overcome. It doesn't seem like there's going to be a lot of points today. I don't think there's going to be a high-scoring second half. There can be adjustments at the half, but overall, So as we're getting to the halftime show, let's take a look. Most watched halftime show in history. Let's see. Be interesting to know that one. Kendrick Lamar's 2025 show is the most watched in history with the record-setting 135.5 million. The one he surpassed before that, of course, was Michael Jackson, 1993. Michael Jackson had 133 million. So by 0.1 million, which is 0.1% of a million, Kendrick Lamar is the most watched last year. Michael Jackson held that record for 32 years. Usher's 2024 performance, 123.4 million. Of course, also Usher is a former Las Vegas resident headliner at the Park MGM at Dolby Live. Was there for many years till recently. So Usher is well known in Las Vegas and the entertainment capital of the world. But there you go. So it'll be interesting to see what the numbers are on this one. I can't imagine there'll be at least 100 million people who watch this one. But it should be a good one. I mean, again, the one I'll think of in recent years, of course, was Shakira and Jennifer Lopez in Miami. That was quite good. So the one with Madonna was really good. Of course, we've had Gaga and Paul McCartney and The Who and all those kinds of people. So it'll be interesting to see, though, what this halftime show is like, of course, and should be quite interesting. At the half, we'll talk about when is the Super Bowl coming back to Las Vegas. There have been some reports out there, definitively. We'll talk about that at the half. Let's go back and take a look at some of the statistics here while we're here also, by the way. So updated statistics, which is so crazy, right? I mean, talk about, we will also talk about the Winter Olympics at the half also. I have some thoughts on that. I absolutely have some thoughts on the Winter Olympics also. And I got some thoughts actually on a documentary that everybody should watch also, and we'll reflect upon some Olympic history and why you need it right now. We need motivation. 2nd and 9 coming up for the Seattle Seahawks after a run of 1 yard, 1 minute and 40 seconds left. Looking at the thing here, I can't tell. Seattle has used 1 timeout. New England has all 3 right now. So pass over the middle. I just got to tell you something. Sam Darnold loves throwing to the guys underneath. 3rd down there, that was a pass for about 4 or 5 yards. 3rd and 2 coming up. 55 seconds here. This is a big play. If Seattle's able to get a 1st down here, then you want to kick that field goal. You want to kick that field goal. But we're going to get a timeout here. Seattle's going to take a timeout. With 32 seconds left, they were not ready. After the 1st down here, they're going to take a timeout. 1st down now with 32 seconds left. 32 seconds left. 1st and 10, Seattle after the timeout. Now they're going to figure out what they want to do here. Honestly, I feel like that the New England Patriots defense just kind of gave up on that one. That was a really big play to me in the drive because now New England, Seattle's at the 30-yard line of New England. And it's like, that was just like an obvious 1st down. It's like if I'm at my 20-yard line and it's 3rd and 2, the defense, I feel like it just caved and gave up. So ugly 1st half quarterback statistics. Sam Darnold, 8 of 19, 84 yards. Drake May, 6 of 11, 48 yards. Anybody who had projections on passing yards for these 2 quarterbacks in the Super Bowl, the under is your friend, ladies and gentlemen. The under is your friend. These quarterbacks are going to get nowhere near, in my opinion, the projected passing yards that they both had. Again, I just expected that it was going to be a game of great defense. I really expected that it was going to be a game of great defense by the Seahawks. And it just seems like that Sam Darnold is leaning on that, Seattle Seahawks defense to carry him through here. And he's not really doing anything incredibly over the top. And he's trying to have Kenneth Walker really take some of the offense down the field. Kenneth Walker, the best star of the game so far, 14 carries, 94 yards. If you're looking for an early NFL MVP for the Super Bowl, I'd probably give it to the Seattle Seahawks defense if I just had to. If it becomes down to we don't really have any great statistical performances the rest of the way. I mean, if Kenneth Walker gets a touchdown or 2, then I get that. But to me, it's just the reality of what it comes down to is that neither of these quarterbacks deserves the Super Bowl MVP at this point, obviously. Kenneth Walker's got the best offensive statistics. There's 2 field goals from Jason Myers, but I just got to tell you, not a great. I would give the Seattle Seahawks defense probably the NFL Super Bowl MVP right now if I had a choice. If I had to make a choice, obviously we're only at the half. We got a long way to go, or we're getting close to halftime. But I don't see how. I don't see any great like individual player achievements in this one. It's really absolutely a team effort by the Seattle Seahawks at this point. So, and New England not doing very good. So. And no team has ever been shut out in Super Bowl history, by the way. No team has ever been shut out. Of course, in Super Bowl VI, the Miami Dolphins scored 3 points against the Dallas Cowboys. There's a pass. Sam Darnold throws inside the 25-yard line, and probably Seattle's going to take their final timeout there, I imagine. Seattle's in field goal range, so they will get a chance to at least attempt a Jason Myers field goal here, but there's still 23 seconds left. And of course, the New England Patriots beat the Rams in that, I think it was 13-3 Super Bowl, the Los Angeles Rams. So, so obviously the San Francisco 49ers hold the record. 55 points, I believe it was, against the Denver Broncos. John Elway was in that Super Bowl, I remember. 55 points for the San Francisco 49ers and Joe Montana in that Super Bowl. 2nd and 3. Seattle 6, New England nothing. Seattle's at the New England 23-yard line, no timeouts left. Sam Darnold's going to throw again over the middle. That's a first down, but now there's no time left, and you got to hurry. That's a pass to Cooper Kupp. You got to hurry. And now there's a penalty flag on the field. Or did New England call timeout? We're debating that. That is incomplete, ladies and gentlemen. That's probably an incomplete pass. That makes more sense. I'm going to review that one, but it's on the ground. It's on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. That's got to be incomplete. He made it look good, but no, there's just no way that's not incomplete there. How is that not incomplete? That touched the ground, my opinion. Official review is an incomplete pass. Let's take a look. They're looking at it still, but that touched the ground. I think that was the right call. But sometimes these wide receivers can make it look good. Think of how many players got away with things back in the day before we had instant replay. And if you're not that line official, and it is an incomplete pass, that was obvious. So we're going to put some more time back on the clock, which is probably advantageous to Seattle, actually, when you think about it, because why would you want a 7-yard pass with 19 seconds left and then the clock running down with you having no timeouts? Now you put some time back on the clock. You got 20 seconds now. It's 3rd and 3. That 7 yards doesn't do anything for me. All it does is get it closer for my field goal kicker. But if I'm interested in scoring a touchdown, you've got to think of it like that, right? So that's probably better that it was an incomplete pass. 3rd and 3 for the Seattle Seahawks. Now we got a timeout on the field. Probably New England. New England did call a timeout. So there you go. Timeout, New England. Big play for New England here. They really need to get off the field. If you had told me a couple years ago Sam Darnold's going to be in a Super Bowl, I'd have been like, yeah, it's going to rain on you in 5 minutes. No way. So this is pretty impressive again. Sam Darnold, not going to be an NFL Hall of Famer. Probably not going to be a Super Bowl MVP. But he will have a Super Bowl ring. That's something. 3rd and 3 coming up. Pass to the end zone, incomplete. Could have been intercepted. And it looks like we're going to get another Jason Myers field goal attempt here by the Seahawks. Snap is down, the kick is up, and Jason Myers hits it right down the fairway. 9-0 Seattle over New England. Jason Myers has three field goals in the first half. A lot of defense today. Absolutely a lot of defense. And the Seattle Seahawks, New England does get the ball first to start the second half, which is gigantic. But again, can New England come up with 10 points, and can they hold Seattle to no points in the second half? I think if you're Seattle, you've got to just be like, we're just going to keep moving this along. We're going to play field position. We're going to get first downs. We're going to pound it. We're going to have Kenneth Walker the third run it up the middle. I think that's the strategy for the second half. I think if you're Seattle, they're not going to change anything. They're playing the game they want to play, obviously. It's like, what's the point of taking big risks when you're just owning the offensive line of the New England Patriots? What is the point? There is no point of doing that whatsoever. There just is no point. No point at all. Seattle seems to be ready for most everything. Drake May has not thrown a long ball down the field yet, really, in this game. And it's just obvious to me that Seattle, with their great defense, was ready for this. 5 punts for the New England Patriots in the first half. 5 punts. Their longest drive has been 8 plays, and 28 yards. And New England's not even going to attempt anything here. So that just goes to show you something, that they don't even think that they have a chance. I know there's only 6 seconds left, but Drake May takes the knee, and that'll take us to the half. Halftime in Santa Clara, California. Super Bowl 60. Seattle 9. 3 Jason Myers field goals. New England 0 at the half. Seattle 9. New England 0. Mike Vrabel has got to be frustrated. Can you make adjustments at the half? You absolutely can. You can absolutely make adjustments at the half. But I got to tell you something in this regard. I have to tell you something. Your margin of error is you're already down those 2 scores, which, again, you're going to get the ball first to start the second half. If New England gets some points to start the second half, then this will look interesting. But you got to get some points to start the second half, because if you come out, punt again, Seattle's just going to give the ball to Kenneth Walker the third. They're going to throw the ball to Cooper Kupp. They're going to try to do long drives, short plays. If I'm Seattle, I like where I am right now. The tempo of the game is in my favor. Keep blitzing Drake May. You'll sack him again, probably in the second half. Seattle is on their way. Unless Seattle makes some absolute gigantic mistakes in the second half, Seattle is on their way to winning this Super Bowl 60. I think that makes a lot of sense. Okay, halftime report. CY interview, Las Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world. There is no better place to watch the biggest football game of the year than this city, the entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas. You got to come one year. There are football parties all down the strip and on Fremont Street right now. Lots of people are enjoying themselves. Even if you could pay that $2,500 today, the lowest Super Bowl ticket price, and you were in California, why would you go when you could come here? Maybe you spend $1,000. Maybe not even. There were some hotels on the Las Vegas Strip this week for $100. So, okay. So supposedly 2029 Super Bowl, which is, 3 years from now after this one. Got 27, 28, and then 29. Supposedly Las Vegas is in the running to have the 2029 Super Bowl. As we know, 2 years ago, Super Bowl 58 was here. Chiefs beat the 49ers in overtime at Allegiant Stadium, the home of the Las Vegas Raiders. What a week that was. What an absolute week that was. The NFL greats, we got to spend time with Willie Gault. We got time to spend time with Las Vegas Raiders quarterback Aiden O'Connell. We got time to spend time with former NFL running back Rashad Jennings, Dancing with the Stars winner. He was on with us, as you know, here on YouTube before we went to a football party with him. It was just a great week. The NFL and football in Las Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world. The report also said that I read this week is that the city of Nashville, where the Tennessee Titans play, is also in the running possibly for the 29 Super Bowl. But Las Vegas is the front runner because of the great experience that they had here in the entertainment capital of the world. So 2029 Super Bowl, hopefully we have it. The events, I always like to say this, the events around the Super Bowl, all of the parties, all of the events, Las Vegas headliner, Jennifer Romas of Sexy the Show, hosted the FHM Magazine pregame football party this week. She went there. The parties, the Super Bowl experience that goes for 5 days where you get to meet players, autographs, pictures, all that stuff, experience everything NFL. That is what makes the week great, is all the events leading up to the big game itself. The big game, is seen by a bunch of people who, a lot of these are corporate sponsors, corporate tickets, celebrity stars, all kinds of things given out. Most people would ever be able to afford $2,500, let alone $6,500. So again, the events around the Super Bowl themselves are so much better than just the game itself, in my opinion. I've always believed that. Anybody who is a football enthusiast, or you're in the media here, we had Lane Pobbs on, and we had former NFL quarterback Brett Hundley this week. We did our own thing here in Las Vegas, right? The events and the discussions make it interesting leading up to the big game itself, right? So that to me is what it is. So look at possibly 2029, the Super Bowl being here in 2029. Number two, the Winter Olympics. Absolutely, in Italy. Opening ceremony was fantastic. I'm going to recommend something that's around the Olympics that everybody should watch. And again, there are no sponsors and there are no advertisers on today's YouTube Live, obviously, because we're talking about the biggest game of the year. There are none, just for the record. But here's what I would recommend. Of course, the 1980 United States hockey team, coached by Herb Brooks, got a lot of things to say in a minute. Of course, they beat the Soviets in the gold medal game round, in the semifinal round. They went on to beat Finland to win the gold medal, Mike Eruzione and company. There's a new documentary on Netflix, if you have it, called Miracle, the Boys of 80. Wonderful story about how the 1980 United States hockey team won at Lake Placid. Unbelievable story. Probably one of the greatest stories from the Olympics, from Olympians from the United States, obviously. That is one of the great accomplishments. Herb Brooks, you learn what it took and what he took to be a great coach, and Herb Brooks is a great coach. What he put those guys through is unbelievable. And what we learned, in my opinion, from Herb Brooks and all that stuff is the following, and this is how I see it. Ready? That you model success, right? You model success, right? You model success. The Soviets were the best hockey team in the world. So let's do what they do. 6 months of training, discipline. The United States, of course, won the semifinal round in Lake Placid against the Soviet Union, beating them 4-3. United States goes on to beat Finland in the gold medal game, 4-2. And then the Soviets are there, the bronze medals, getting it at the medal ceremony with the United States on the gold medal podium. So, on a side note, hope Lindsey Vonn is okay. Attempting to win a long shot gold medal at the Winter Olympics in skiing today did not work. Hopefully she's okay after her injury. On a side note, but figure skating, bobsledding, ice speed skating, the hockey, of course. The Winter Olympics is an interesting event, and obviously it's much easier now to watch all these events when you want to. You can also watch the replays also, but I think the United States got a nice entrance this week in Italy, and the United States team we're talking about, of course. And so, the thing is that the Winter Olympics kind of is the gap, right? Is the separation between the biggest football game of the year and March Madness, right? We got like 4 major sporting events in a row. We've got the biggest football game of the year. We've got the Winter Olympics. We've got March Madness in the NCAA tournament. And then we've got the Masters in April. And baseball season begins. And that's basically where we are right now, right? So, but, in those off years, which is every 3 years, obviously, there's really nothing in February except watching, some college basketball as we get closer to March Madness. Florida Gators playing very well, by the way. First place now in the SEC. The defending national champion Florida Gators in basketball won yesterday in a very impressive game on the road against Texas A&M. Florida absolutely a chance to repeat as national champions if they keep playing like this. If they can finish first within the SEC, they'll have that absolute opportunity. So halftime is now out to begin in a minute for Bad Bunny. Be interesting to see. There's still broad daylight, by the way, in California. So this will not be, the darkest setting because of the time changes on the West Coast, right? And it's still sunny out. You can still see some light out there. So there's a bunch of trees on the field right now. Kind of interesting. But this will be an interesting halftime show, I'm sure, and there's going to be a lot of commentary and discussion about it, irrespective of what happens after it's over, because that's just what it is. Be starting in a couple minutes here, but let's take a look at something while we're looking up. Typical Super Bowl halftime shows run 12 to 15 minutes. The overall break in the game is approximately 20 to 30 minutes, depending on the schedule. If I had to guess, this is going to be more closer to the 30-minute range than the 20-minute range because it hasn't started yet. But, again, if I'm Seattle, I am feeling good about where I am in this game. My capital is in my defense, which is just putting on a clinic so far in the first half. And Seattle's got that chance. They have that chance to shut out a team for the first time in NFL history. A team has never been shut out in the biggest football game of the year, but there's an absolute chance for that to happen for sure. Absolute chance for that to happen here. Absolute chance if the Seattle Seahawks keep playing the way that they do. Good opportunity for people to learn some Spanish as well from this halftime show. Let's just look up a couple of statistics. Of course, Bad Bunny is a rapper. Origin, of course, is from Puerto Rico, of course. And just a little statistics, okay. Vega Baja, Puerto Rico is where he's originally from. Looking that up. Town has a population of 54,000, according to the 2020 U.S. Census. Aside from him, this is probably a good moment for Puerto Rican tourism as well. Okay, let's take a look. Bad Bunny, according to statistics, is 6 feet tall, so he would be tall enough to be a wide receiver in the NFL. Of course, also funny enough, he's worked with the World Wrestling Entertainment, WrestleMania 37, of course. Pretty fun stuff as well. WrestleMania, of course, is here in Las Vegas in a couple of months again for the second time in 2 years. Yep, WWE indeed. Ric Flair likes him too, you know that, GW. Big connections there with Bad Bunny and Ric Flair, the Nature Boy. Woo! So, thankfully the Nature Boy is still with us. But the thing of what it comes down to is that Spanish language rap music, this will be the first time that probably many people are exposed to that genre of music. And I think the reality is that we've had the rock bands and we've had the big pop stars. We've had The Weeknd. We've had many of the best. At the biggest football game of the year. But it's always good to have a diversity of different kinds of music, right? So in that regard. And also, again, music genre tastes are changing. And the NFL, of course, with their expansions by playing football games in many different countries, Brazil, Spain, Germany, the United Kingdom, of course, Mexico. The reality is that there's so much expansion, right? There's just so much expansion of the NFL that obviously wants to get some diversity in there, right? And so it's just like you want to continue to appeal to different audiences and all kinds of things like that. So at the end of the day, you want to be able to reach new audiences, and by having a halftime show in a new genre of music that you have never featured, that there you go in that regard. So Lady Gaga has showed up in the surprise of the halftime of the Bad Bunny halftime show here. So, but the reality of what it comes down to is that Lady Gaga, of course, also, by the way, a longtime Las Vegas headliner, strip headliner at the Dolby Live, also at Park MGM, like Usher. Lady Gaga was making $1 million a night per show, supposedly, here in the entertainment capital of the world. Has the House of Gaga at the Park MGM, where you can see a lot of her different costumes. So also worth going by to see at the Park MGM. By the way, the Park MGM on the Las Vegas Strip, the only smoke-free Las Vegas resort on the Las Vegas Strip also. So looking for a smoke-free venue, the entertainment capital of the world, Park MGM is your best bet. No pun intended, by the way, on that front. So, but, again, the NFL is trying to expand out its product to a worldwide audience. Having the game between the Chargers and the Chiefs to start the year in Brazil is an example of that. So, again, having a new music genre on the halftime show, I think, is a good thing. Whether you like the music, whether you understand the music, whether you'll look up the music or you'll translate it back after the fact, I think it's a nice set of stuff, right? Because the NFL is trying to expand their product, and that's all it is. Remember, this is show business. Whether it's football or it's entertainment, this is just show business, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. It's show business. That's why you come to the entertainment capital of the world, to watch entertainment and the show business. So whether you like the halftime show or you don't, it makes sense, Yeah. So again, let people enjoy themselves. Most of us, the majority of us, are here for the game. And then we're here because this is the last football weekend of the year. So that's how I see that anyway. So that's my take on the halftime show. A lot of people are going to have different opinions, and good luck to them, and they're welcome to them, and they're entitled to them. But the reality is that if you don't like something, just don't watch it. We live in such a polarized time in the United States of America. Why does everything have to be politicized? If you don't like the entertainment, go warm up some food and go get your next round of nachos and chips and salsa and your next margarita or beer or hot dog or hamburger or whatever you're having today. And God bless you for that. But, again, we just want to watch our entertainment in peace. It should be the one place where we get to watch our entertainment in peace, ladies and gentlemen. So let us watch our entertainment in peace. We can all have differences of opinions about things. Go get your food in the break. And that's basically what it is. We're going to take a couple-minute halftime here of our own. We'll be right back. We'll be ready for the second half shortly. This is Christianic Sea Winery in Las Vegas. Yep. Ricky Martin, of course, who we've met at the Park MGM too, of course, back in 2018 in Las Vegas. Ricky is just such a great guy. Absolute great guy. Ricky Martin, Lady Gaga, both of them were born at Park MGM. Ricky Martin, just such a nice human being. Down-to-earth guy, nice human being, of course. So, fun fact, of course, for those of you who are keeping pop culture score at home, trivia score at home, of course, Ricky Martin is also from Puerto Rico, of course, which makes sense. One thing that I'd say about Ricky Martin that I absolutely loved was his role in the Gianni Versace FX series a couple years ago. He is a great actor as well, besides being a great singer, is Ricky Martin. Absolutely, 100%. Great singer. Great actor, great singer. But loved him in the Gianni Versace documentary, not during a FX series, not documentary, a couple of years ago. So I know most people think of Ricky living La Vida Loca and all that stuff, but that too. The name of that series, by the way, I can't believe it, 2018. The assassination of Gianni Versace, American Crime Story, that was 2018. Where does the time go? Yeah, you know. And as Christy's saying, thank you, Christy. The movie Palm and the series Palm Royale, comedy drama series. I haven't watched that yet. It's on Apple TV Plus. I'll have to take a look at that. But Ricky's a great actor. He really is. You wouldn't, you know, sometimes you don't think that these singers. It's hard sometimes to think, can singers be actors? Can actors be singers? Some can pull it off, like Barbra Streisand and Bette Midler and the such, right? But you know, and they can. They absolutely can. But there are a few who actually can. Ricky is actually one of them. So, you know, he's as good of an actor as he is a singer. So, absolutely. You know, and again, you know, the NFL is trying to continue to expand its product worldwide with all of these international football games and the such. And so, why not bring in a new genre of music? That's about it. So, halftime show's about to be over, and congrats to Bad Bunny and the Ricky Martin and Lady Gaga. Nice to see them again. Ricky Martin, Lady Gaga, both Las Vegas Strip headliners at the Park MGM, at the Dolby Live in the past. Ricky also did a couple of concerts in the fall here last year at Caesar's Palace, at the Forum, at the Coliseum, next to the Forum shops. So it's nice to see Ricky back in real time. Hopefully he comes back to Las Vegas. He is just a great human being. Loved the 5 minutes I spent with him before one of his last concerts during his residency. Here back in 2018, boy, does time fly. I'm Christian XC1 Interview. We're going to take a quick halftime before we come back for the second half. It is 9-0 Seattle over New England at the half. Thank you, guys. We'll be right back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready soon for the second half here of the Seahawks and the Patriots. Halftime thoughts one more time. Seattle's defense is just looking phenomenal against New England. And Seattle could be on the way to the first shutout in history of the big game. I could absolutely see it happening. So they better get it together. New England, if they want to have any chance in this game, I really think they need to get points to start the second half. If you go down 16-0, I think this one's pretty much over. Not going to be a lot of points. Darnold's going to manage the game, do his best not to make mistakes. He's going to hand that ball off to his running back, Kenneth Walker III. And that's where we are. And could be a very short second half depending on what happens here. So that's what I see. Just close this. Let's pull up some statistics. Halftime statistics. 9 for 22 for Sam Darnold, 88 yards. Drake May, 6 of 11, 48 yards. These quarterbacks are not getting the Super Bowl MVP. The winning one is not. Sorry. That is not happening, ladies and gentlemen. No one is over 100 yards in the first half. Total rushing yards, 183 for Seattle, 51 for New England in the first half. 51 total yards for New England in the first half. Not very good one bit. There's never been a shutout in the Super Bowl, but we could get there. And no team who went to the half with 0 points has ever won the Super Bowl in the second half. So a lot of things are working against New England to start this second half. So if you get a touchdown on the board somehow, if New England gets a touchdown on the board because they get the ball first, then a whole different story. But if you punt the ball to start this second half and you go down 16-0, Seattle town, you're going to be hoisting the 60th trophy, the Lombardi Trophy. So that is my story, and I am sticking to it. Christianic in Las Vegas. Wherever you are in the world, please come to the entertainment capital of the world this year. We need you. Come visit. There's tons of shows, entertainment, sports to be seen. It's always changing here in the entertainment capital of the world. Hit me up. You can ask me any questions you want. Send us email, comments on our videos. Emails in the description of all of our videos, christianic@cwinerview.com. We're on Facebook, facebook.com/cwinerview as well. So you know the drill. But that's basically where we are. Interesting to see how this second half will take bite. But if the New England Patriots do not end up getting a score to start the second half, that is not going to be good for their sake. That's what I have to say about that. This is the 5th Super Bowl without a touchdown in the first half as well. Storyline, of course, Kenneth Walker III, 2 rushes of 25-plus yards, 94 yards in the first half. He is the story. And we're about to begin. Still sunny in Santa Clara, California, interesting enough to start the second half. But of course, West Coast weather again. Still pretty light out, a little bit light out here in Las Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world. So grab your chips, grab your pizza, grab your hot dogs, grab your hamburgers, and get ready for the second half. Grab your grilled cheese sandwiches, Las Vegas Grilled Cheese Mania on the main page of our main page of our YouTube, or chocolate cream pie. Go watch those videos. A lot of you did. We've got some new food lovers who watch those videos. We appreciate you so much, and subscribers. Go grab your grilled cheese and your chocolate cream pie and all of your beverage of choice. We're about to begin the second half. So we're about to begin. Looking forward to it. Jason Myers is about to kick off the second half kickoff to New England. New England, no score in the first half, no points in the first half. And here we go. On a nice weather night in Santa Clara, California, Super Bowl 60 is underway with the second half, and the return is to about the 33-yard line. Again, New England has got to come up with something here, or they are not going to. They're not going to be able to overcome much here. So if the Seattle defense continues to get to Drake May here in the second half like we expect it to, it's going to be a long second half for the New England Patriots. 23-0 final score? Maybe. I said that by 2 or more scores, Seattle would win. So we'll see if my prediction and my prognostication comes true or not in the second half. Drake May hands the ball off first. No, he's not. He's going to hand it back. He's going to throw it up in the air. That is incomplete. Seems like he's really just trying to force it in there. It's not an easy running route for the wide receiver there for the New England Patriots. Incomplete pass. 2nd and 10 to start the second half. But the Seattle corners are all over the New England Patriots wide receivers today. Nick Amanawarki, 21 tackle, 81 tackles on the year, 2.5 sacks, was there for the coverage on that one. 2nd and 10 for May. He's in the backfield. He's going to hand it off that time. That's going to be a nice run for about 8 yards from the running back. That makes it a manageable 3rd and 2 for New England here. New England really needs to find a way. Henderson with the run there. Just got engaged, by the way. Congrats to him, the running back for New England. 3rd and 2, 14-25. This is a big play for New England. If Seattle can hold here, not going to be a good start to New England. They really need to find a way to get a first down to start the second half here. And that's going to be incomplete, almost intercepted again. It feels like the New England Patriots offense really, and Drake May really overthought, and the offensive play callers for New England really overthought that 3rd and 2. I probably would have just run the ball there or come up with some run scheme. Why are you throwing out to the corner of the sidelines in man coverage? Makes no sense whatsoever. So easy for the Seattle Seahawks to just bat the football down, 4th and 2. Are we going to get a fake punt here? Probably not. Let's see what happens here from the New England Patriots special teams. The kick is up and they're punting. Fair catch called for by the Seattle Seahawks at their 9-yard line. Again, if I'm Sam Darnold, give me Kenneth Walker III every day of the week and twice on Sunday. This seems like this New England Patriots offense is absolutely lost today, though. Absolutely lost. They just can't be found anywhere. Sam Darnold back on the field. See here, we do not have a commercial break. Sam Darnold's going to hand it off to Kenneth Walker III. He'll get about 3 yards. 2nd and 7 from the Seattle 12-yard line, maybe. 2nd and 8. Darnold's in the backfield here. He's going to get it out there, and he's going to catch that, throw that one, and that's going to be a completed pass. First down. Again, you don't have to do very much here if you're Seattle. You got to get some first downs. You want to get some more points potentially, but if you're Seattle, you're just looking good right now. I mean, you're looking phenomenal. And they're, again, to me, the weak point in the offense today has been that New England Patriots secondary is not as good as everybody thinks it is. And Darnold's about to throw another big pass right here for 16 yards at the 27. And that's going to be perfectly spotted by Jackson Smith. So first down, Seattle's at midfield. 2 good passes by Darnold puts him over 100 passing yards for the game, excuse me. And it's just, the key is now do a run play. Darnold's going to run here, and he's going to scramble for 11 yards and get another first down. Take this to approximately 46-yard line, 45-yard line. 11:55 remaining. If I'm Seattle, again, I just want to run the clock. I just want to run the ball. The next one should be to Kenneth Walker III, which it is for 3 yards. Seattle just milk the clock, run the ball, get some first downs. You get a touchdown here, you're on the way. You're just on the way. Three-yard run for Kenneth Walker III there. 11:25 left here in the third quarter. Christian XC1 covering Las Vegas and the world. Third quarter action. Super Bowl 60, Seattle 9, New England 0. Seattle totally controlling the game on both sides of the football so far. New England's offense has no answer for the Seattle Seahawks defense. If I'm Seattle, I want to have a long drive here, even if I kick a field goal, and I want to put some points on the board. Keep going on that one. There's a pass to Kenneth Walker III. That's going to be inside the 25-yard line. First down for Seattle. Kenneth Walker now over 100-plus total yards today, including both running, rushing, and receiving with that one. I think we know who may be the NFL MVP of this game is Kenneth Walker III. Putting up some good statistics today. Getting a signature touchdown would probably get him there. Looking phenomenal, truly, in this one. The one bright spot of the offense of both of these teams today truly is Kenneth Walker III. 16 rushes as well for 99 yards and the catch just there. Going to hand it off to him again. He's going to get about 2-3 yards. We got 10 minutes left here in the third now. 9-0. Seattle is in field goal range at least to make this 12-0. But again, if I'm Seattle, there is just no reason to have any sense of urgency right now. You want to go as slow as possible, take as much time as possible, and you just know that that's basically where the reality is here. That's it, and it just looks like that Seattle's just ready to go, right? And we talked about this, that the NFC Championship winner would be, and timeout for Seattle would be the winner of the Super Bowl. The NFC was always the better conference this year of the two. And so there you go. Living up to the expectations so far. Kenneth Walker's got a whole cheering section, it looks like here. Second and 9, 9:23 now, Seattle back on the field. Darnold's in the backfield here. He's going to throw. That's going to be incomplete. I'm not sure what that pass was there. Threw it under. Not a good throw at all. Do not like that call. 3rd and 9 coming up. There's an incomplete pass, and we're going to get another Jason Myers field goal. Oh boy, another Jason Myers field goal attempt coming up for the Seattle Seahawks. Jason Myers will be attempting his 4th field goal of the day. This one is from 41 yards. Snap is down, the kick is up, and it is good. 12-0 Seattle over New England. Jason Myers has 4 field goals today. Could he be a potential Super Bowl MVP? I'm not sure about that, but pretty incredible effort today. 4 for 4 on the field goals. The only points of the day so far, 12-0 Seattle over New England. We're on a commercial break. Christian XC want to be covering Las Vegas and the world. Biggest game of the year. 9 minutes left in the third. Seattle 12. New England nothing. And even with that, New England still has a chance in this game, but they better get a touchdown on this drive. You know, it's down to touchdowns. But here's the point. You know, the Seattle defense has been so good today that what it comes down to then is realizing that this team, if they start trying to force the football, Seattle will be ready to make interceptions, sacks, and fumbles. So it's not like you can just magically work through that also. So there's also something for that to consider. But, you know, we're getting to the point where we're getting close to the 4th quarter. If New England doesn't get any points on this drive and Seattle's able to get a touchdown at some point here, if it gets to 19-0, this game's over. This game's over the way that it's going. So $12-0 Seattle over New England here in the 3rd quarter with 9 minutes left. Kenneth Walker, the third, over 100 yards rushing, couple of receptions, the one bright spot on the offense for both of these teams so far. Fun NFL commercials as always. I think that's Bruce Arians in one of those, if I'm not mistaken. Coach for the Buccaneers. If New England is able to do anything, they better do it on this drive, though, with Seattle winning 12-0. Or people are going to be heading for the exits. So, Ron Henderson, the running back for New England. Kenneth Walker, the third, the running back for Seattle. Now it's dark in Santa Clara, California. But I know that what the media will be saying tomorrow is that this will be one of the most, I won't call it boring, but uneventful Super Bowls that we've ever had. 9 minutes and 12 seconds left in the third. Can New England find something on this drive and make this game exciting? We shall see. And that's going to be a kickoff return for a touchdown, not to the 32. Nine minutes and 7 seconds left here in the third quarter, 12-0. Last football game of the year, last NFL Live of the year. Thank you so much for everyone who's been here through it all. That's going to be given to Trayvon Henderson, and he's going to run, and that's going to be one of the best plays of this New England Patriots offense the whole day for 8 yards. 2nd and 2 coming up here. New England needs a sustaining drive, no denying that. They absolutely need a sustaining drive. Four first downs and 6 punts in the first half for the New England Patriots. Not very good. 2nd and 1, actually. That will be counted as a 9-yard rush on first down. Give it again for a rush, and going to be tackled in the backfield. So it's going to be 3rd down again. 3rd and 4 for New England here. If the Seattle Seahawks defense is able to hold and make New England punt again, yeah, wow, we're getting into the fourth quarter. We're running out of time. You know, when you start doing the prognosticating and the percentages and all that kind of stuff, not very good in that regard. New England must get a first down here, in my opinion. Incomplete pass. Wow. The New England Patriots are on their way to scoring no points in the Super Bowl. This could really happen, ladies and gentlemen. We could have a first of a team not scoring any points in the biggest football game of the year. I just said all week that defense was going to be too much for Drake May. That's what we talked about with Brett Huntley. You know, it's just Patriots just don't have anything. Again, Patriots had a soft schedule. They didn't play anybody. Talked about that as well. You know, so unless Seattle makes some gigantic mistake at this point, some absolute gigantic mistake, I think they're on their way. 7 minutes and 34 seconds left in the third quarter. Seattle 12, New England 0. Christianic C1 review from Las Vegas. Whether you've watched a minute, 10 minutes, an hour, or 10 hours of our NFL Live coverage this year, we thank you so very much. Please go over to the main channel and watch our recent C1 reviews, Brett Hundley, our memoriam to the great singer Lamont Macklemore from the Fifth Dimension, who died this week at 90, past week at 90. Please go watch that and our 3 C1 reviews with him from 2017. May he rest in peace. A great baseball player, baseball fan, of course, singer. Go over and look at those segments and, of course, our discussion with Lane Fobbs. You can fast forward past the Super Bowl discussion with Lane Fobbs, and we talk about the latest in college football as well. So go check that out also. And thank you for your support as we continue to share stuff with you every day here in Las Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world. We thank you so much. Lady Gaga, Ricky Martin making appearances during the halftime show. That made that fun. Be interesting to see what the ratings are for the halftime show tomorrow. That's for sure. And after this game's over, we'll go right into Winter Olympics mode, right? Here in America. That'll be what people will be watching the next couple of weeks. And the basketball also. And hockey at the Winter Olympics. So, showing a crowd of football fans in Melbourne, Australia, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil right now. The NFL is becoming a world sport. Monterrey, Mexico. Again, the point be told is that London, England, of course, there are fans from all across the world watching the biggest football game there. Cologne, Germany. This is it. The reality is we're working to expand, continue to expand the NFL product in America. Thankfully, we have it now in Las Vegas. We had it now, for 5 years plus. And Raiders get the first pick in the NFL draft. So we'll see if Mendoza is on his way here. Back to action, 7 minutes and 34 seconds left here in the third quarter. Sam Darnold's in the backfield, and that's going to be the first sack of the day, I believe, for Sam Darnold, or the second. And New England's defense has an answer for Sam Darnold. Maybe he should have been good just to hand the ball off to Kenneth Walker the third there on that first down, instead of going for the pass there. But whatever the case may be, got a long second down upcoming. Second and 18 to be exact for the Seahawks on this one. Darnold's pass there is complete for about 3 yards. Looks like this could be a quick set of 3 and out here, unless, again, as I said in the first quarter, I believe that the breaking point for New England would be that the Seahawks would find a way to beat their secondary at certain points. Darnold's already thrown multiple passes of 10-plus yards in this game, so can he find another one here? Maybe. We'll see here on the third down. We're getting close to the fourth quarter. We got 6 minutes left and 15 seconds. 12-0 Seattle. 3rd and 14 for Seattle here. Seattle's just going to run it up the middle there, play field position. Kenneth Walker the third with a run of about 4 or 5 yards. That'll make it 4th down. Seattle's going to punt. New England's going to have another chance to put some points on the board. Down only 12-0 still. Again, still a football game, but there's nothing that convinces me on this New England offense that they've done anything special. If Seattle makes a mistake on special teams, then okay, I'll be on that board. But right now, 5 minutes and 35 seconds left in the third quarter. 12-0 Seattle. Nothing Seattle's offense, nothing New England's offense has shown me otherwise that they're going to find a way to make some points in this game. So let's see. A big kickoff or a big punt return here would be good. We'll see what they're able to do. Going to avoid 1 defender, going to avoid 2 defenders, going to avoid 3 defenders. And New England's finally going to have something, but there's going to be a penalty flag, and that's probably going to be a block in the back or a holding. 5:10 left for the New England Patriots here in the third quarter. Let's see what the penalty flag is. Yep. Going to be a penalty, block in the back. They'll be assessed from the spot of the foul. It'll be a 1st down. Going to take another commercial break. 5 minutes and 10 seconds left in the third. Seattle 12, New England nothing. 4 Jason Myers field goals, to be exact, is where we are right now. 4 Jason Myers field goals. It's kind of like, funny enough, the winning team used to talk about how they'd be going to Disney World. They should be coming to Las Vegas. A lot of NFL teams have celebrated their Super Bowls in recent years in Las Vegas, but It's a quick flight. It's a quick hour flight to the entertainment, probably an hour and a half flight to the entertainment capital of the world from Santa Clara. I can look that up, actually. Let's take a look at that while we're sitting here. Flight time is 1 hour and 17 minutes. So that's about right. 77 minutes to get to Vegas for the Super Bowl winning team tonight to have the party of a lifetime. And the night is still young by the time this game's over. Can get on a flight, get here by midnight, 1 a.m., get off that plane, get to one of those resorts. It's possible. So, But we're getting close to the fourth quarter here. New England has showed us nothing on offense to prove that they're going to be able to overcome this big deficit. They have not showed us a thing. So it can be a challenging circumstance for the Patriots to get back in this game. To get the first touchdown, anything's possible, obviously. And Drake May is going to be sacked again for a 2-yard loss there. The sack was worse than the yard lossage for that one. And the Seattle Seahawks defense is just gobbling up Drake May. And this is why Drake May did not win the NFL MVP award. Yeah. I think that the people who said that there could be a shutout in this game is looking good too, honestly, because we could be seeing the first shutout. We could be seeing the first shutout in Super Bowl history. Drake May pass complete for about 8 or 9 yards. So let's take a look at that. Can't find that, actually. We're going to wait on that. Check on the commercial break. Incomplete pass on 3rd down. Again, just a game of throw incompletes and backs and forths and no real momentum. And the Seattle Seahawks defense continuing to gobble up Drake May, which is what we expected. When you don't play anybody during the regular season, you play the best team in the NFL in the other conference. This is what happens. I think everybody knew it was coming. But again, don't muff the punt. Don't make any turnovers. If I'm Seattle, I just want to give the ball to Kenneth Walker III right now on this drive. And I want to get a couple first downs. If I can get a couple first downs, I can get to the fourth quarter. So that's what it is, though. Gobble up for sure. They're just gobbling them up. I think there's been let's take a look at that, see if I can find that. So the odds were over 1,000 to 1 at the bookmakers that a team would score 0 points in this game. So if you had that, you have a better than 1,000 to 1 wager right now going. If you pick that there would be a shutout in the Super Bowl. So something to think about. It's never happened before. So, lowest scoring teams, of course, the Miami Dolphins in Super Bowl VI, the Rams in the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, both had 3 points. But I got to tell you something in this regard. And how is this Patriots team going to score any points? Not looking good. It is not looking good. And you know that Seattle Seahawks defense is going to be motivated. They want that shutout. They are going to want that moment. This is just not a regular season game. We're like, maybe they don't care. They want that moment. They want that moment for sure. Absolutely want that moment. So, again, if I'm Seattle, I want to get a couple first downs here. I want to end the third quarter. I want to get to the fourth quarter, keep playing the numbers, play the time, milk the clock, run the ball. There's no reason to do anything, very sexy or exciting here. There just isn't. There's no reason to do that. Got George Clooney here in a commercial. Again, you can watch all these great commercials on on YouTube. I'm sure they're all there to watch if you want to after the game's over tonight. Okay, 1st and 10 for Seattle, 3:38 left here in the third. Kenneth Walker, not going to do anything there. Loss of 3 yards, actually. Does take some time off the clock and get this down to about 3 minutes left in the third, though. Incomplete pass. And this is a game, again, of just ugly quarterback play. Ugly quarterback play. As I said again, just ugly quarterback play. From our producer, we should dub this the field goal bowl. If Jason Myers becomes the NFL MVP, I still think Kenneth Walker III should be the NFL MVP in this game. He's had a great game, but if Jason Myers ends up becoming the NFL MVP, the kicker for the Seattle Seahawks, it would be the first time in NFL history that a kicker would be the NFL MVP. Again, odds of there being a shutout, 1,000 to 1, if not more. But we're getting to that fourth quarter. New England's going to get the ball back here after the Seahawks do not convert with 2:25 left. But again, New England is still in this game mathematically. But I'm going to tell you something. I can't see them scoring any points. Again, how's they going to score points in this one? It's like, unless there's an absolute special teams mishap or Sam Darnold has a mishap and they have a short field, I just don't see it happening here in this regard. So, good punt by Seattle. They're going to be putting the Patriots at their own 26-yard line. There's 1:55 left in the third. But I think Drake May has been sacked 5 or 6 times today. He has just been gobbled up. That's the word today, gobbled up by that Seattle Seahawks defense. And that was the question. I was like, how is Drake May, who did not play anything close to the competition that the Seattle Seahawks played, how was he in any way, shape, and form going to deal with this defense? And, everyone, I just was like, that's the game that right there. That's the story, right? And, it's Again, the New England Patriots had the easiest run to the Super Bowl, in my opinion, too, as well. Run up the middle there by Trayvon Henderson, I believe it is, for about 2 or 3 yards there. First play of drive. We're not going to commercial here. 1:40 left here in the third. Mike McDonald, though, what a phenomenal job he's done at Seattle this year. But this has been a team effort for sure. So Sunshine is saying in the chat, go Seahawks. Drake May almost got sacked again. He's going to be able to run there. There's a penalty flag on the field. I'm going to guess we got a holding call. We'll see what that is. 1:13 left here. But only had a couple of penalties in this game. Not a lot of penalties. Not a lot of ref action today. They've literally let a lot go in. There's a holding. Oh, that was actually a defensive holding penalty. Okay, so that's going to be an automatic first down. The Patriots are going to catch a break there, get an automatic first down on a defensive holding call with 1:16 left here in the third quarter. First and 10 for New England. They're at their own 39-yard line now. Incomplete pass on first down. Drake May got hit there as he threw it away. 2nd and 10. I think tonight, if you're at a party in Las Vegas with the great atmosphere, you're having a great time, because there's no other place to have a great time better, than Las Vegas. And you're enjoying the food for sure. But if you're not in Las Vegas, it is the field goal bowl for sure. Still time, of course, but I still wonder if New England can actually get some points on the board in this game. I'm not even wondering if New England can win. I'm wondering if they can even get some points on the board. Pass by Drake May there to Henderson. That's about 4 or 5 yards. 47 seconds left. They got to do one more play before the end of the third quarter here. I mean, if you're in Las Vegas, you're having the time of your life, no matter what the game is like, because the atmosphere is wonderful. You're with your friends. You're in that atmosphere. There's crowds. You probably hear some slot machines in the background if you're in different resorts. You're probably having the time of your life. You're having surround sound, high-definition television, unbelievable stereos. But reality, what it comes down to is that if you're watching this anywhere else in the world, maybe not be having a good time, maybe. Except for the food you're eating, I'm sure. 12-0. And guess what? Drake May gets sacked. And he fumbles the football, and he spanks the ground, ladies and gentlemen, and spanks the ground. And that is going to lead to Seattle probably scoring some more points here. That is the first fumble of the game. As I said to Brett Hundley, former NFL quarterback, go over to the main channel, watch our C1 review, talking about life after football. Besides, I'm like, how is Drake May going to deal with this Seattle Seahawks defense? That was the whole point. I mean, I picked the storyline of the game. That was what I thought about. It's the only question I truly had about leading up to this game. Maybe some people had others. I just thought that the Seattle Seahawks defense was going to be way too much for this guy. NFL MVP runner-up. All Seattle now has to do, if I'm Seattle, is they got to get a touchdown, and this game's pretty much over. And they'll send New England to the exits. 10 seconds left here in the third. If I'm Seattle, I give the ball to Kenneth Walker the third. Double reverse there. That's going to be to the tight end. First down. Barner. End of the third quarter. Seattle 12, New England nothing. Seattle driving again, looking to end this one. And then the question becomes, can Seattle be the first team in NFL history to shut out a team in the Super Bowl? No team has ever been shut out. Not even the Super Bowl VI Miami Dolphins were shut out against the Dallas Cowboys. They lost that game 28-3, if memory serves me right. Next year, Miami Dolphins, The only undefeated team in NFL history. You know, the only team in NFL history. The year after losing to the Cowboys 28-3. I'm going to double check that. Was it 28-3 or 31-3? I think it was 28-3. Maybe I'm wrong. 24-3. Thank you. I knew I was wrong. I knew I was a little bit off there. Super Bowl 6, Dallas Cowboys 24, Miami Dolphins 3. Dolphins come back next year, win the big one. Larry Zonka passed C1 review guest. That's in the archives. If you go down to the video section, if you scroll down, you'll be able to hear that. That was a couple years ago. The great Larry Zonka from the 1972 undefeated team with Don Shula and company. But, you know, come to Vegas, you hear the roulette wheel, you hear the wheel of fortune, you see them. You hear the slot machines, you hear the roll of the dice on the craps table. You're having a good time if you're watching the big game right now in the entertainment capital of the world, irrespective of, you know, it's about to be over in a couple minutes. If Seattle gets a touchdown, there's no way that New England's getting 3 scores. No way. If Seattle gets a field goal, math is still there, 2-possession game, which makes it possible. But again, I asked the question, and I will continue to ask it till the end of this live. How's New England going to score any points in this game? Haven't shown it to me yet. How is New England going to score any points in this game? And, you know, all field goals in this game by Jason Myers, 4 field goals. If he gets a 5th, I mean, again, there's never been a kicker who have been an NFL MVP. It's never happened. Never happened. Those odds are there. Those odds are as long as there not being a score in this game. But we may be getting there. We may absolutely be getting there soon enough. And you know, if Seattle scores here, Drake May is going to be making some more risky plague throws. And another turnover happens, and that's ball game, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see what Sam Darnold and company can do here. Again, just be game manager for the last 15 minutes. Give it to Kenneth Walker III. You don't have to do very much here. Field goal is good enough for Seattle, but a touchdown ends this one. Run of about 1 or 2 yards there on first down for Kenneth Walker III. Seattle is at the New England 26-yard line. This is the second Super Bowl, by the way, in history where there are no touchdowns in the first 3 quarters. Of course, the other one, of course, is the Patriots and Rams from recent years. Second time in NFL history, no touchdowns going to the 4th quarter. Second and 9 for Seattle. Darnold's in the backfield. He's going to throw. That's going to be incomplete. No penalty flags. 3rd and 9 upcoming here. Now, if I'm Seattle, honestly, and some people may think differently here, I'm looking for 10 yards. I'm looking for a 10-yard passing play here. If you really want to be safe, you could throw a screen to Kenneth Walker III and hope he gets those extra 4 or 5 where you throw him the ball on the field. The field goal is probably still good here for Seattle, but if they get a touchdown, this game's over. And they're going to go for the kill. Darnold's in the backfield. He throws, complete, first down. That's about 10 yards exactly what I was looking for, to Cooper Kupp. Former Los Angeles Rams wide receiver Cooper Kupp gets a 10-yard pass for the first down there. So now if I'm Seattle, I'm going back to the run game here. There's no reason to do anything crazy. Seattle is inside the red zone. Darnold's in the backfield, wide open, touchdown, ladies and gentlemen, and there is your ball game with an extra point pending. A.J. Barner, the Seattle Seahawks tight end, gets the first touchdown of the game, and that was just an easy one. That's the kind of play, by the way, that's the kind of play where every quarterback in the NFL can make that pass. There is no quarterback in the NFL that cannot make that pass. Wide open, over everybody else. He got hit after that, by the way. I don't know if that could have been considered roughing the passer, but it doesn't matter. It's null and void now. But, yep, 18-0, and Seattle is on their way to winning their second Super Bowl. Kick is up, upcoming for Seattle. The kick is up. It is good. 19-0, Seattle over New England. Now the question becomes, can New England put some points on the board? Again, I don't see how New England gets 3 scores here in the last 12 or so minutes. I don't see that. So Channing Tatum in a Super Bowl commercial. Again, all these commercials are on the YouTube. So, you know, lots of people in Vegas may be leaving their football parties right now to go do some other things tonight. The night is young, ladies and gentlemen. There are shows to be seen in the entertainment capital of the world. There are nightclubs to go to. There are great restaurants to entertain yourself with. And, of course, there's always the rolling of the dice. But, yeah, we have pretty much, I think, put an exclamation point on this one. Again, I thought about it. I didn't even really have to think about it when we were doing the preparation for the production for the segments this week, the NFL segments, the 2. The preparation that we did, the only thing I thought about, again, there was only one thing I thought about. How is Seattle's defense? How is Drake May going to handle Seattle's defense? That was it. That was the only question I had. And if I was at NFL Media Week, Super Bowl week, as a member of the media, that would have been the only question I would have had for anybody. How is this Patriots offense going to deal with this Seattle Seahawks defense? To me, that was the storyline. Because that's how Seattle got here. And that's how Seattle got to the 1 seed. Beat San Fran the last week of the season, 13-3. Then they buzzsawed San Francisco in the NFC divisional round, 41-6, I think it was. The Rams, again, was the second best team in the NFL this year. They beat them in the NFC Championship game. The Super Bowl was the NFC Championship game this year. So I was just like, to me, this is just like, I believe it was Super Bowl 29 when the 49ers played the San Diego Chargers, now Los Angeles Chargers. Stan Humphries was the quarterback for the Chargers. And everybody thought that the 49ers were just going to rally and just romp through it. I remember as a kid having Domino's Pizza for that game. I remember that. I remember sitting in front of the television. I remember the 49ers going up 14-0 early, and I'm like, this is just over. 49-26 was the final. 49-26. The 49ers beat the Chargers. And Dolphins should have been in the AFC Championship game that year. Pete Stoyanovich misses a field goal at the last given moment in the AFC divisional round. And the Chargers go on to beat the Steelers. Miami should have been playing Pittsburgh in the AFC Championship game that year. And that was a shame. Pete Stoyanovich never missed a field goal attempt, one of the greatest kickers to me in NFL history up to that point. They relied on him too much, though. They relied on him too much, way too much, and that was the one kick he missed. So anyway, back to it. 13 minutes and 24 seconds left. Drake May's in the backfield. He's about to get sacked again. He's getting away. He's He's getting away, and he's going to be able to run up the field there for about 6 yards. It's at the New England 41-yard line. 13 minutes left. Still a lot of time, but again, Seattle's defense is motivated now. They want to get that shutout. They want to go down in NFL history. And I said this, and people may disagree with me, but the NFL MVP should be the Seahawks defense. The Super Bowl MVP should be the Seahawks defense if they get no points in this one. Maybe they should be anyway, but they're the reason that it's 19-0 right now. So pause in the game here, 12:54 for some reason. Mike Vrabel, the coach of the year, is not happy. And all the credit in the world to New England for what they did this year, but they didn't play anybody. They did not play anybody. So this was an obvious one. And everyone, I think pretty much every NFL expert, every NFL broadcaster, every NFL media person picks Seattle. Brett Hundley, by the way, who's a former Seattle Seahawks backup quarterback, picked Seattle. Told me the environment's just crazy up there. Go out, check out that Seawall interview. But, it's like Diggs getting into fights and commotions on the sidelines. Someone hit Diggs, actually, in that one. So there's going to be some penalties here, potentially. Could be some ejections. It's getting ugly down there now. Stephon Diggs has to deal with some stuff after the NFL season. Can look that up. So, not good stuff. Just, come on, let's play a clean game. It's been clean up to this moment. No reason to be doing any of that stuff. Dumb stuff, by the way, throwing punches or pushing helmets or pushing the helmet in another player's face. There's no reason for any of this. Just no reason whatsoever. None whatsoever. Waste of time. Let's play a clean football game. I get it. There's a chance that Drake May never be on the stage again because it's so hard to get here. There's absolutely that case, and the Patriots in general may be a while, but there's no reason for any of this. Just no reason for any of this dumb shit. Excuse my French. There's just no reason for any of this. 2nd and 4 coming up now. Let's get back to football, ladies and gentlemen. $12:58. Let's go. Drake May's in the backfield. He's going to pass up the middle there. That's going to be caught. That's the best play of the day right there for the New England Patriots offense. The first long pass of the day there to number 13 on the field. They're in Seattle territory at the 35. They do need 3 scores, so a field goal is possible, but you're really going for touchdowns here. They're already in hurry-up offense at 12:32. Drake's in the backfield. He's going to throw up there. And that's going to be a touchdown. And that is just what we like to call football video game cagness there. Meaning just kind of, it's not good luck fortune, but most of the time, 9 times out of 10, that ball should have been intercepted. Mac Collins with the catch for New England makes it a touchdown. It's 19-6 now. But again, still got to get 2 more scores. Seattle can move the football. I'm giving the ball to Kenneth Walker III. But see, this is why you don't do dumb stuff, right? By doing dumb stuff, you gave the Patriots a little time to regroup. They throw a good pass, and they throw another pass. And this is why you don't do dumb stuff. Seattle's up 19-0, and you're pushing and shoving players, and New England's pushing back. And it's like, what's the point of that? Why would you stop the game to give the team that's behind a chance to regroup for a moment, which then sets up a pass that gets them a first down into Seattle territory, and then on the next play, you've got, again, 9 times out of 10, that's intercepted or incomplete. So I call that a lucky touchdown. But the point be told at the end of the day is that there goes the shutout, and that's why in Super Bowl history, the odds of a shutout happening are more than 1,000 to 1. So that's why. But point be told at the end of the day, it's like, why am I doing that if I'm Seattle? That is dumb. That is just dumb stuff. Again, so no pushing and shoving, no fighting. It's like, you guys some of you are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Some of you guys are making millions of dollars a year. You're playing a sport that's that kids play across the country and the world. It's beloved by many. It's become a world sport. You're on the biggest stage, hundreds of millions of people watching you. There's no reason for any of that behavior. There's just no reason for any of that, you know. Be grateful that you got this far, and you're playing in nice California. And a lot of you tonight are going to go to after parties and whatevers and that kinds of stuff. It's like, what's the point of that? I mean, it's like, you know, celebrate that you got this far, be happy about it, and let's have good, no unsportsmanlike conduct. It's just a waste of time, honestly. You know, that really ruined the flow of the game too. You know, you go from possibly having a Seattle shutout to, you know, we're going to be here a little bit longer now. Again, Seattle probably will still win, but going to be here a little bit longer now. Christian XC1 review covering Las Vegas and the world. This is the final NFL Live of the season. You know, 19-7. By the way, let's put it in the chat, you know. So if I'm Seattle, as far as the conversion goes, you know, right now, what I want to do is you know, if I'm Seattle, I just want to get a couple first downs right now. Excuse me, guys. I just want to get a couple first downs, and I want to get this to like 7 or 8 minutes, even if I have to punt the football. That's what I want if I'm Seattle right now, is I want to get some first downs on this next drive, you know. So no reason to go for a 2-point conversion because of the math, you know. 19-8 could have been a good conversion in regards. Doing the 2-point conversion could have been good there, because then you need a field goal and a touchdown instead of 2 touchdowns. So correct, that could have been actually a good situation that they missed or whatever. So, you know. So, but the point being told is that Drake May has been sacked 5 times. Zach Darnold's been sacked once. 188 yards for Zach Darnold, for Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold, excuse me. Sam Darnold. All right, now if I'm Seattle again, I just want to find a way to get some clock off here. I want to get first downs, and I want to take some clock off. That's all I want to be doing right now. So if you're the New England Patriot fans, at least you got to see your team score in the Super Bowl, I guess, if you're in the stands. So. But I felt like that touchdown was just kind of a gift of desperation for New England, and they got fortunate there. 12:27 left here still in the fourth quarter. Seattle's going to start at their own 32-yard line. And let's put that in the chat. Seattle 19, New England 7. And coming soon on CY Interview, we have to focus on this. We're going to be doing lots of bracketology and March Madness stuff. We're going to have to be doing that. We're going to have to start. Maybe we'll start watching the college basketball game of the week with you guys too on Saturdays. We'll see. One thing we can absolutely do. Good pass by Seattle. You know, Jackson Smith with a catch there. Again, if I'm Seattle, there's just no reason to be going fast here. I want to slow this tempo down as much as I can as long as the clock is running. That is all I care about at this point right now, is running that clock. That's it. That's all I care about. First down, 11:50 left now. If I'm them, if I'm Sam Darnold, I'm giving the ball to Kenneth Walker the third here in the backfield. He's ready for it, and they're going to give it to him. Going to get about a yard. Tick, tick, tick. Tick, 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 ladies and gentlemen. 11:30 left here. Incomplete pass there by Sam Darnold, 3rd and 11. This is the game right here. If Seattle gives the ball back to New England, we got a brand new football game here, at least for the moment. And this is why, again, when you got a game manager but not a great top 10 NFL quarterback, this is what worries me here, right? This will get to show you how, if Sam Darnold has improved to the next level, this is the kind of play that you have to make right here. Let's see what the Seattle offense has cooked up here. Sam Darnold's going to throw one deep. Oh, he just missed it. Incomplete pass. It was worth it, but number 22 does not catch the ball, and Seattle will be punting back to New England. So now, Seattle Seahawks defense, beyond your best behavior, you need to come up big again. And this is where you seal the game, right? But, I mean, it was a good play. I mean, would I have thrown that on 3rd and 11? I'm not sure. I would have been thinking first down, not going long down the field by the end zone, but this is what it is. Punt upcoming here for Seattle. And New England's going to start inside their own 2-yard line. Good luck, ladies and gentlemen. 1-yard line. Good luck, ladies and gentlemen. The Patriots will have to go 99 yards. Put a fork in them, in my opinion. Seattle, don't do anything dumb. That is what is the rule here, is you do not do anything dumb. If you can hold New England here, not give up big plays, they're going to have to run a chunk of time anyway. Even if they get down there, they're going to have to run a chunk of time. So, just going to have to run a chunk of time. We're not going to commercial break. 10 minutes and 40 seconds left. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Can New England have a 96-yard touchdown drive is what we're looking at. Incomplete pass on first down. Drake May throwing from his end zone. Nothing there. 2 more for the Seattle Seahawks defense. Christian XC1 review covering Las Vegas and the world. It's the 4th quarter of Super Bowl 60. We're here in Las Vegas watching it. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate the time. 2nd and 10 for New England on their own 5-yard line. 10 minutes and 40 seconds left. There's a screen pass. That's going to be a first down. So New England will get another chance to move the football here after that screen pass. I think that was to Henderson, Trayvon Henderson. 10 minutes and 20 seconds left. No, it wasn't. It was Stevenson. It was the other running back, Stevenson. So New England's going to be at like their own 11-yard line. May's in the backfield. May's throwing long. That's going to be picked. That is intercepted. Incomplete. That was so close to being intercepted. 3 Seattle Seahawks defenders around the New England Patriots wide receiver there. That would have been ball game had that happened. But Seahawks defense win for it. It felt like that was going to be caught by, if it was going to be caught by anybody, it was going to be the Seattle defender, but he just missed it. Bryant there just missed it, number 8 for the Seahawks. 2nd and 10. New England at their own 11-yard line. 10 minutes and 2 seconds left, 19-7 Seattle. 16-yard line, excuse me. There's a pass complete, 20-yard line, better hurry, 4 yards, 9:53 left. This is the game right here. If you're New England, do you go for it on 4th down at your own 20-yard line if you got there? I don't know about that. 9:35 left. Drake May's in the backfield. And here comes the Seattle defense, and Drake May is going to get away from it. He is going to quarterback draw that thing to the 39-yard line. First down, New England to their own 39, but 9:20 left. Time is not on the side of the New England Patriots here. But New England does get a first down, and they will be able to extend that drive at least for a couple more plays. 2nd and 8. 2nd and 2. 9 minutes left. 8:55. 2nd and 3 coming up for the Patriots. Dre's going to throw again. Intercepted, and there's your ball game, ladies and gentlemen. Seattle returning it to the 40 of New England, 38, and there is your ball game, ladies and gentlemen. Pick, interception. Drake May, we knew that was going to happen at some point. I said he'll start throwing some risky balls down 19-0, and there comes that interception. And if I'm Seattle, I'm just running the football now, and I'm trying to get in the field goal range. That's it. I'm not doing anything crazy here. I'm not trying to do anything but interception, Drake May. We knew that was coming. That Seattle defense, again, great all around. All those players on that defense, I would not want to be on that field. That is why Seattle is in the Super Bowl, because of their defense. Phenomenal effort there. Interception by New England. And there we go. And I said that Seattle would win by more than 10. That was my thinking. We're on that process right now. We still got time left. We can still score a touchdown, make it under 10, but 8:37 now. I give the ball to Kenneth Walker III every time if I can, and throw some screens, and that's it. I'm not doing anything crazy now. Backfield, Kenneth Walker III. There he goes. There he goes. There he goes. 12, 13-yard gain. First down, Seattle inside the 25-yard line. On their way to winning Super Bowl 60. 8 minutes left. Kenneth Walker III again. Going, there he goes. 10 yards, first down, Seattle, inside the 15 now of New England. Nothing but give the ball to the running back at this point. Time to, if Seattle gets a touchdown, that will exclamation point this last 7 minutes. But Seattle doing everything that they need to do right now. There's no reason to do anything crazy. That's it. Seven minutes left. Kenneth Walker, 23 rushes for 128 yards. Got the ball again, 3 yards. Again, there's just no reason to do anything crazy if you're Seattle right now. There's just no reason to pass the football into a throw an interception or anything like that. There's just no reason at all. Kenneth Walker III, 26 touches, 156 yards. NFL MVP, a Super Bowl MVP has to be. To me, that's the MVP of the game, is Kenneth Walker III. He has made it easy tonight for Sam Darnold. Absolutely made it easy for him. Still in the backfield. 2nd and 8. Sam Darnold is going to hand it off to Kenneth Walker again. He's going to get inside the 11-yard line there. The ball just came loose, but he was down by contact. We're down to 6 minutes in this game. Time is running out on the New England Patriots. Sam Darnold pass complete, not a first down marker, still in play, and I'm going to guess that New England's going to take a timeout, and they will. And that's New England's first timeout, and Seattle will now decide if they want to. Do you want to put New England deep in their own possession inside the 10-yard line, or do you kick the field goal? Part of me thinks that you should go for it here because you put New England inside their own 10-yard line. Play field position. See if they trot out Jason Myers here. They are going to trot out Jason Myers. I guess they want the points, so okay. Kick is up. It's good. 22-7. Seattle over New England. Jason Myers has the most points in the history of any NFL player, including the postseason. He has 205 points, most ever. That shows you how many field goals that he kicked this year. And again, that Seattle was not some big, gigantic touchdown team. 22-7, New England still has a chance, a small mathematical chance, but a chance. We'll put in the chat. Seattle, 22. New England will have to get a touchdown here and then onside kick. And then we'll see what happens after that. 5:35 left in the NFL season. Christianic CY interview covering Las Vegas and the world. And after that, 5 minutes and 35 seconds, stay tuned for a quick post-show analysis before we wrap it up here. And we thank you for all of your support throughout the season, whether you're watching in the live or in the recorded version. We appreciate you watching this, our thoughts on the biggest game of the year, which pretty much has turned out the way we thought it would. I don't think there were many people who took New England to win the game anyway, though. Most people were taking Seattle. And sometimes the most obvious is the most likely. And again, the NFC was just the better conference overall the whole year. And the last couple of months, we started talking about how the NFC West was the best division in football by a mile. And so here we are with 5 minutes and 35 seconds left in the season. Seattle, Washington State, going to celebrate probably another Super Bowl. We'll see. The Allen family. Of course, the late Paul Allen, the former owner of the Seattle Seahawks, of course. See what New England can do here in the last couple of minutes. Can they get a touchdown on the board? Be interesting to see. $5:35 remaining. Seattle kicks off. This is the one thing that you want to make sure you don't give up is a big return here, or a kickoff return for a touchdown. That would be bad. New England's going to get to the outside. The sideline is covered, though. 5:29 left now. This is the last hurrah for the Patriots here. And Drake May is going to get sacked on first down for the 6th time today. And that Seattle Seahawks defense just gobbling up, continuing to gobble up Drake May. 5 minutes left. Sam Darnold has only been sacked once today. Drake May 6 times. Pass under. To Stevenson. Third down upcoming. 4:57 remaining. Probably in four down territory if I'm New England at this point. I don't think you're punting. If you don't get the first down here, you're probably going for it again on fourth down. First down, New England. Inside the 45-yard line of Seattle. Got to hurry. And Seattle gets to him. And there's a fumble on the play. And this is going to seal the game as the Seattle Seahawks defense is going to score a defensive touchdown after sacking Drake May with a fumble. And that is all she wrote. And Seattle is going to win Super Bowl 60, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the exclamation point we were all waiting for. 28-7. Seattle with a pending extra point. Drake May gets sacked. Force of a fumble, return for a touchdown, and that's all she wrote. And now we've just got statistical points and references to end these last 4 minutes and 27 seconds. And there is that exclamation point. We've been talking about 7 sacks for Drake May today. 7 sacks. Gets sacked 7 times in the Super Bowl. Seattle's defense, they should be the MVP. Kenneth Walker, you could make an argument for too. Extra point coming up from Jason Myers. Congratulations, though, Seattle. You're going to win the Super Bowl, and it's well-deserved. Told me that at the beginning of the year. I'd be like, no way. Never know what can happen. Kick is up and good. 29-7 now, Seattle over New England. 4 minutes and 27 seconds left. An exercise in futility is the best way to explain tonight's game, ladies and gentlemen. An exercise in futility and in a belief in yourself and an overall team effort. This Seattle Seahawks team has weapons at every position. They don't have the best quarterback, but they have a defense that any NFL quarterback would not want to face. And a young quarterback on the other side of the field who just didn't really understand and grasp, I think, I mean, when you get to play the New York Jets twice and the New York Giants and the Miami Dolphins, who were all very not good this year. You beat the Falcons by a point. You beat the Buccaneers who didn't make the playoffs, the Saints who didn't make the playoffs. We could just keep going down a list here. New England then gets the Chargers, who have a horrible playoff history in the first round. Then they get to play Houston, who's never played for the AFC Championship game. And then they get to play Denver, whose starting quarterback is hurt, and they beat them only 10-7. I think by then we knew that Seattle was way ahead of New England going into this game. Just way ahead. And so this score is just not surprising by any stretch of the imagination to me. I said Seattle by more than 10. Double-digit victor. And that's what we're going to get tonight. 4:27 remaining here. Jason Myers is going to kick the ball off. NFL MVP, though, the Super Bowl MVP, I'd have to give it to the Seattle Seahawks defense. Give them the award. They all have contributed to this victory today. And what I meant earlier is New England's effort is an exercise in futility. 4:27 remaining. We're almost done here. Stay tuned for the post show. It'll be a quick one, but it'll be a good one. Catch is made by New England, first down at the 45-yard line. May still's out there. 4 minutes and 10 seconds left. They're going to be in the 2-minute offense, obviously, now. Pass up the middle, caught. Got to get up, you got to hurry. Douglas with the catch there. 3:54 remaining in time. New England has, by the way, just for people keeping score at home, 2 timeouts remaining and a 2-minute warning. Another pass, first down. Tight end gets out of bounds, number 81. .342 remaining. We'll discuss in the post game if Seattle is the second coming. Seattle's defense is the second coming of the Miami Dolphins no-name defense. Is it the Seattle no-name defense? That'll be one of our topics in the post show. .336 remaining. 1st and 20 for New England after the penalty there. They're in midfield. Pass is complete. Throwing under. New England is at the midfield. But again, you can only stop the clock so much with these little passes out of bounds. Of course, Seattle's playing a more prevent defense now where they're kind of opening the hole because you give up yards. You're willing to give up yards for time right here, for tackles in field of play, because you realize that time is on your side and it's not on New England's. May steps up and he throws. That's a catch inside the 10-yard line. Stephon Diggs with the catch there. Cardi B, Stephon Diggs. First and goal, 2:30. Timeout on the field. Seattle's going to take their second timeout. New England's inside the red zone of 10 yards away from a touchdown. Yeah, you really just, again, at this point, why not, right? If you can hold New England and make them wait, and you can get your defense set up, maybe you take a couple more seconds off, maybe get it down to the 2-minute warning before New England possibly gets a touchdown here. It makes sense. So .232 left, first and goal for New England. Incomplete pass to the end zone. 2:28 remaining. Drake May is going to pass and get that touchdown. To Ramondre Stevenson, the running back, 29-13 now. But the question is did the ball hit the ground? Maybe not on that one. I don't think so. I think that's good. I think that's clean. They're going to review that, though. They are going to call that a touchdown. New England's going for 2 here. 29-13. 2:21 remaining. It's going to be ruled incomplete. So 2-possession game. New England will have to onside kick now. If Seattle gets the ball, they can pretty much run this out almost. So new score, Seattle 29, New England 13. Here we go. The onside kick is coming with 2 minutes and 21 seconds remaining. Thankfully, we don't have a commercial break. We're going to get right to it. If Seattle gets this, yeah, maybe New England get the ball back, but not a lot of time. If Seattle gets 1 first down or 2 first downs, then that's just exclamation point time. Seattle's pretty much won this game mathematically, but if you want to just say for an official exclamation point, getting the onside kick here would be good. Seattle calls their final timeout before the onside kick here. I guess you want to make sure you get your special teams in place, which I get. I think it's overkill, honestly, but that's just my opinion. Seattle gets the ball, and now they can do their best to get a first down and try to run this clock out. The Gatorade is yellow. It looks like that they want to dump on the head coach. Looks like it's a lemon Gatorade. Kenneth Walker III runs for about 4 or 5 yards. He stays in bounds. New England will use their second timeout. We got 1 remaining. Sam Darnold is going to fall in the backfield, and that'll make New England use their last timeout. But now it's third down. So there's a chance New England could get the ball back here. I don't think if I'm Seattle that I'm throwing here on third down. I think I'm just going to run the ball, take it to the 2-minute warning, and punt the football back. But then you're going to give the ball to New England with another chance. But again, they still have to get a touchdown and then a 2-point conversion and an onside kick recovery. And I just don't think there's enough time for all of it. But let's see what happens here. The pace of this game at the end has been quite slow, I must say. Oh, Seattle's going to get a touchdown. Rushing touchdown, Seattle, but there's a penalty flag. Bring it back, ladies and gentlemen. Kenneth Walker III ran to the end zone, but bring it back most likely. And it is. It's a holding penalty. Bring it back. Bring it back. That would have been unbelievable, exclamation point, but nope. The game is still in play for at least one more play. Big holding penalty there by the Seahawks offensive line. That would have been a great exclamation point, though, but nope. He can't believe it. Kenneth Walker III can't believe it. He's like, man, that should have counted. But that's what happens. 3rd and 23. Give it to him one more time. And they do. For about a 2-yard game. 2-minute warning. 2 minutes left in Super Bowl 60. Seattle 29, New England 13. New England will get the ball back. They will get one more chance. But New England has no timeouts left. It's going to be interesting to see how this one finishes up, but it looks like Seattle's on their way to Super Bowl 60's victory. So that's what I think, and I think we're going to stick to that, obviously, barring some miracle comeback here in the last 2 minutes, which is not happening. I mean, these things happen, but they don't happen that often. We know that. There is no random variable coming, in my opinion, on this one. Two minutes remaining. We're on our final commercial break, most likely, before this one wraps up. Seattle will be punting the football to New England. Punting now is Seattle. Let's see how this one goes. Punt's going to be inside their own 5-yard line. And I can't see New England going down the field on this one. Great punt. I have to tell you, the punter for Seattle has done a great job today. He's put him inside the 5 like 3 times, I think. Pretty incredible stuff, truly. Pass complete. First down about 6 yards. 2nd and 4 from their own 12, 13-yard line. First down, complete, inbounds. Their own 7, 16-yard line. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Tick, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Tick, 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 tick. First down again. Tick, 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 tick. 1 minute remaining. 1 minute left in Super Bowl 60, 29-13 Seattle. Seattle's going to sack, but there is a penalty flag. Let's see what the penalty flag is. I'm going to guess it's holding. Oh, offsides on Seattle. Gives New England's offense a chance to breathe for a second. 47 seconds remaining. Mike Vrabel, the coach of the Patriots, coaching this one to the end, obviously. They're around midfield. 33-yard line, not really midfield. Another penalty flag. 39 seconds left. Another penalty flag. Let's see what it is. Legal hands to the face. .39 seconds left. New England's around midfield. No timeouts remaining. Pass complete. Midfield. Tick, 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 tick. 30 seconds. 25 seconds. New England will have to throw to the end zone here. Drake May's going to have to throw up a prayer now. He does. Throws it up. Incomplete. 12 seconds remaining. Pass complete, pass complete, pass complete, pass complete. Tackled and bounced. That will be the end of the game. And the Seattle Seahawks have won Super Bowl 60. Final score, Seattle 29, New England 13. That will be the end of it. As I said to Lane Fobbs and I believe Brett Huntley, double scores, Seattle winning by 10 or more. 29-13, Seattle over New England. Congratulations to the Seattle Seahawks. Final score. The NFL season is finally over. Seattle Seahawks 29. New England 13. There is no garbage touchdown to end this one, or late time touchdown. Congrats to the Seattle Seahawks on being world champions of professional football. So first reaction I have to the end of this game is that this will be one of the least, and I emphasize least, most remembered Super Bowls ever. There was no flow to this game. These quarterbacks were not great today. Seattle's defense is what won it. That's what won it for them the whole year. Kenneth Walker played very well. Other than that, though, I'd say everybody go back to the drawing board on the offense. Aside from Kenneth Walker, again, you win a Super Bowl with an average quarterback, which I believe Sam Darnold still is, when you have good pieces all around you, and that's what he has. And that team was a team effort. Are they the no-name Seattle defense, like the no-name defense of the Dolphins? Well, if they win it next year, if Seattle repeats next year, we can start making that comparison to the no-name defense of the Miami Dolphins that won 2 Super Bowls in a row in 72 and 73. But again, the reason that Seattle won this year was because of their defense. And the only question I had going into this game was, how is Drake May going to deal with the Seahawks defense? And obviously, it just wasn't. It wasn't enough for him. And when you play a soft schedule the whole year, which is what New England played, they didn't play anybody in the NFC, the Giants and the Saints and the Falcons and the Buccaneers. I'm sorry, but that is nothing compared to playing the Rams and the Seahawks and the 49ers, which were three of the best teams in the league this year. So, 49ers knocked off the defending champion last year, Eagles, prior to getting here. So I just have to tell you again, this Super Bowl was not going to be remembered. It is not surprising of the outcome. It was probably the most likely of all of them. Everybody knew that Seattle was so far ahead of New England, I think, after the AFC Championship game. I don't count weather as a reason that New England only scored 10 points against Denver, who didn't have their starting quarterback in that game. Denver could have won that game still. Seattle would have toasted Denver had they ended up getting here. It would have been worse than this 29-13 final. So, I just got to tell you again, not going to be a memorable Super Bowl. The Seattle Seahawks defense should be the MVP of this game. Not individual player, but if they give it to someone, I'm sure they're going to give it to Kenneth Walker III. Jason Myers, great effort on his part, 5 field goals today. Most points in NFL history, pretty incredible stuff, including the regular season and the postseason. But finally, come watch the biggest game of the year in Las Vegas one year. You'll enjoy it. You'll absolutely enjoy it. Absolutely, for sure. Come watch the biggest game of the year in the entertainment capital of the world. That's all I have to say about that. Thank you so much to everybody who watched this year, whether you watched a second, a minute, an hour, or 100 hours of our NFL Live reaction, all the way going back to September till here in February. Thank you so very much. We greatly appreciate it. Go over to the main channel. Watch our C1 review, Brett Hundley, former NFL quarterback. Other good stuff on the channel. We remember Lamont McElmore, who passed away this past week at 90 years old. Rest in peace, Lamont. We're thinking about you. I'm Krishanik for C1 Review. Thank you so much. Again, final score, Super Bowl 60, Seattle 29, New England 13. Up next, the Las Vegas Raiders have the first pick in the NFL draft. That's what's up next. Will the Raiders trade that draft pick? We'll have to wait and see. I think they'll probably still take Mendoza. We'll see. He'll probably take Mendoza, but again, it'll be interesting to see what the Raiders do with the first pick in the NFL draft. That's what's up next. Las Vegas is on the clock officially, and the NFL season is officially over. I'm Krishanik from C1 Review here in Las Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world. Thank you so much for watching. Have a wonderful night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend and enjoy your upcoming week. We will see you soon. Take care.